And welcome everybody to Spiritual Warfare Friday. We're happy to be back here, man. And it's been a long week. Usually the week's been flying by, but it's been a long week. So, it's awesome shows we got going on here. So today's show is Nephilim Giants in the News. So we've done many shows on the Giants, but we never really focused on actual news where the news actually reported about giants. And yes, I'm talking about giant, bones and skeletons. It's not just a couple bones here and there like the, dinosaur bones. They only find fragments and all that. We're talking about full skeletons. We're going to show you tons of news on that. We're going to show you some stuff about ancient cultures talking about it, and we're going to go down a different route than we usually do when we talk about the giants and everything else. We've got so much to talk about. So we've got Jason Bidondi in the studio, my co-host here, Brian Reece. What's up, brother?
What's happening, Dan? Here we are on Spiritual Warfare Friday, and I'm very thankful to be here. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And so this is going to be an exciting show. It really is. I'm looking forward to it because we've got so much to talk about. So, again, Nephilim Giants in the News, and thank you, ShakeAndWakeRadio.com, for carrying the show on the awesome network. It's an audio edition of the show. So ShakeAndWakeRadio.com and also BeforeIt'sNews.com as well. And tonight's show is brought to you by WatchLeather.com. It's where your custom leather project becomes a reality. All the links are in the description, guys. So before we get going, I just want to show you a couple of slides here. This is one here. It's Fort Collins, Colorado. So it looks like giant toes made of stone. So I just wanted to throw that out there. It's a little teaser to the show. And a couple of pictures here is where Brian, which is place here you took this of?
It's in Kentucky. It's going to be me and Joshua is working on a big thing for the future, and this particular place is it's a forest in Kentucky, and it's burning.
Oh, you froze up. Brian's frozen in time. Look at him. He's like,
I'm not place or anything or put it down.
Oh,
but
there
it's
you
just
are. You were frozen for a minute.
Spirit did. Hope they did. Dan?
Yep.
Hello? Okay.
Yeah, freezing up.
I'm freezing up?
Yeah.
That's not good.
Yeah. I think you're all set now.
Okay. Yeah, anyways, if nobody heard me, I apologize for that. We're having internet issues this evening. So, this place is in Kentucky, and it has a lot of spiritual components to the place. I wouldn't recommend going. And there's all these giant landscape out there in Burnham Forest. It's a very interesting place, spiritually draining place, but I'm not trying to disrespect the land or the people or anybody that come up with it. It's just a very interesting place. And we're documenting it and all that, but it's got a lot of. I wanted to bring this up to the broadcast tonight because it goes along with the Nephilim, the Giants in the News. They put this, so basically they put this in your face, and you can take pictures with it. They have certain names. They have this particular one is a woman, well, a female giant. I thought.
Yep, I think something's going on here.
Okay. And it's very crazy thing, guys. So, yeah, just pray. You know what I'm saying? We had to do a lot of prayer, and this place just got so many different things that are hidden in plain sight. But yeah, this one was a pretty heavy point. The day we went to film, we couldn't even film the whole place. It's so big, and it was insane, Dan. Crazy place, but I couldn't believe that they had the stuff there. Like there's many giants there.
Wow, that's crazy. So yeah, guys, wanted to show you those pictures. We're going to be doing shows on that, especially when I go out that way in April. We're going to do a lot of filming out there, me, him, and Joshua. We're going to go to a lot of these these Nephilim places and everything else. So anyway, we're going to go on to Giants and Historical Record. So we got a big article, and it says this guy who wrote this thing did an amazing job. He's got newspaper clippings in there, verses, stuff from ancient cultures. We could do a show off this one thing alone. We got much other stuff to talk about too, but we could literally do a show off this one article that this guy wrote. It's amazing stuff. So actually, before we even go any further, let's start with a prayer. So everybody wants to join us in prayer. And Yeshua Messiah Jesus, we come to you and ask you to forgive us for our individual sins and trespasses. And Father, we come to you and ask you to protect this broadcast, protect everybody here, and bless us against any and all evil and any attacks, spiritual warfare attacks. And anybody that's going through any discomfort, spiritual, physical problems right now, we ask you to comfort them and heal them, Lord, in your mighty name. And just anoint us all in your precious blood, Jesus. And we love you with all our heart and soul. And we ask you this in your name. Amen.
Amen. Amen, Dan. Yeah, we last week was very interesting, and I know Dan shared a little bit of that on the Wednesday broadcast, and last Friday was interesting up until the way up in the morning of Saturday morning. Me and Dan had some interesting, him living on a different state and everything. We had a lot of spiritual things going on.
Oh, yeah.
But it was insane. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Like in that Armando and Sister Ray, thank you guys for the prayers and everything else. Now, also Valerie and Uncle Obvious, thank you guys for moderating the chat. And Jason's also moderating. He's over here too. So it was weird. Last week, we got into the broadcast, right? Went home, went to sleep, right? And I'm not even joking, right? Something was tugging at my foot. I woke up. I'm like, the heck's going on? And there's nobody else in the room. And it started tugging again. I'm like, this is crazy. You know what I mean? And I rebuked it. Then I text Brian to tell him. He goes, dude, I'm all freaked out because somebody he knows that was watching the show, you got a lot of banging on his windows and everything else. The same thing happened in his house. Woke up his daughters and everything else. And then my brother, not too soon after, he was saying that something woke him up in the room. You know, that it was banging going on in the room to wake him up. You know, it's like all this happened within like almost the same time. You know, it was crazy. So what we said last week with the time travel show, whatever, well, we must have said something like really bad to tick off these spiritual beings. That's for sure.
Well, I just want to point out too, whenever I was trying to talk about the slides that we had up there with the two giants, it seems like what was so baffling, I couldn't get it out and the internet started failing, right? So I don't know if anybody even caught that on the broadcast, but at the beginning we had some internet issues, but I hope y'all forgive us for that, but it's just kind of out of our control. But those two giants, that whole facility, that whole park was just a phenomenal place. Very interesting. Kentucky alone is phenomenal. I got a few things I'm gonna be popping up on my show, on my YouTube channel here soon. That's gonna blow your mind. I have some I actually have some footage, so we're gonna be doing some really wild stuff here soon, and on my Visual Disturbance channel.
Well, so, speaking of wild, man. So guys, you know how Brian likes to sing, right? He debuted his brand new song, Broken Down Milkman. So, and for you, those of you new joining the show, Brian, our host, yeah, it's a long story. So, but the people who watch the show normally, you got to get it. It's kind of funny. But if you're just tuning in the show, you're tuning in about Giants, and I'm going to show you this quick song. You're like, wait a minute. I thought this has something to do with Giants, but it's just an inside joke that everybody that knows Brian knows what to talk about. So this is Brian's new song. It's Broken Down Milkman. So let's hear it.
It was that one day that changed my life. I fell off a truck, from then I wasn't right. I hit my head and now I can't see. That stupid old devil's after me. I worked hard on that route. Come to find out that milk was crap. Broken down milkman. Broken down milkman. Broken down milkman. Headed that way. If you see a man of dirt, I'll stop and say, hey. This old boy's here to stay. Thank you, Father, for staying after me. Broken down milkman. Broken down milkman. Broken down milkman. Headed that way. If I see a man of dirt, I'll stop and say, hey. Now I see with spiritual eyes. Come to find out the world is a lie. Broken down milkman. Broken down milkman. Broken down milkman. Headed that way. If I see a man of dirt, I'll stop and say, hey. I can't see like I should. But if you see this old milkman, you could help me dig up some dirt. Broken down milkman. Broken down milkman. Broken down milkman, headed that way. If I see a mound of dirt, I'll stop and say, hey. Broken down milkman. Broken down milkman. That's all I got today, guys. Broken down milkman, headed that way. If I see a mound of dirt, I'll stop and say, hey.
So it's Brian's new hit song, and if you buy his album right now for $9.99, it comes with My Little Teacup.
Man, you're crazy, man. I didn't think he's gonna do it tonight, but there you go.
We're gonna make an album. We're gonna get all the songs when Brian creates. You know what I mean? Put an album together, sell it. $9.99. Get the Milkman Goes on Tour version.
What was so bad? I'll tell you real quick. What was so bad? The whole story behind it. I was doing that mount hunting video, and I was going to present what me and Joshua did when we went to the Angel Mounds. And like 30 seconds before the intro of my show stopped, I was like, man, what am I going to say? What am I going to come up with? And I go, I said, broken down milkman headed that way. And then all of a sudden I said, if you see a mound of dirt, I'll stop and say, hey. And then the other day, my favorite part of the song is, I work hard for that old route. Come to find out that milk was crap. That's my favorite part. And I said, broken down milkman, broken down milkman.
Yeah, Jason's all excited here. Your mic's working now, Jason, if you want to say hi to everybody.
Hello, everybody.
Yeah, talking to the mic.
What's going on?
So, guys, if you want to follow Jason's channel and Brian's, if you go to the description at the bottom, so it's easier to find. It's him, Trey, and Jason. And by the way, Trey Harris is going to from CashApp. He's joining us live next week. So I just want to let everybody know that he's coming on the show. So it's going to be pretty cool. So anyway, yeah, funny stuff, man, I tell you. And
Thank you, Dan.
we got to get an album going for you. But
I'm trying to make. I'm gonna revamp some of the lyrics and adjust some of the lines. But thank you all for being so kind and enjoy. I hope y'all enjoy it. Go check it out, Visual Disturbance. So thank you, Dan, for making me laugh.
No problem. So like we talked about Nephilim giants in the news. So what is a Nephilim giant for us? If you're new to this stuff. Long story short, and before the flood, there were giants on earth in those days, as said in Genesis. And if you don't believe in the Bible, guess what? All ancient cultures say the same thing. Every single one of them, even the Native Americans, talk about the ancient giants. And even after the flood, and they also recognize the flood as well. So no matter which way you go about it, you can't get out of the way. You know, you can't dismiss the flood and the giants. That's something the entire world could all agree on. Every ancient religion, every ancient culture, all can agree with the Bible on this, that there was a giant, there was a flood and also giants on the earth. And even up until like recent centuries, there were giants in the earth. And there was actually a parade in China, Japan, I believe it was. China or Japan, one of those two countries, and they actually had a giant marching in the parade. I'm going to try to find out later. But anyway, the newspapers here in America, New York Times, all the major publications, they recorded this stuff all the time. And there was headline news and everything else. And up into the 1940s, 1950s, mysteriously, the media was told to shut up about it. Literally. It's not a conspiracy, it's the truth. They just stopped covering it. They stopped writing articles about it, and they just left it alone. And I'm not saying this for the local small newspapers. I'm sure a lot of them still did, but now these days you won't even hear a word about it. And why is that? Because here in America, our media, Operation Paperclip, when the CIA infiltrated all the mainstream media, newspapers and everything, radio stations, TV, to control what goes out to the public. So this is why you don't hear about this stuff. And when you talk about it, it's all folklore, it's old tales and all that, it's fake. No, it's not fake. People in the Middle East know about these things. Okay, this is common news over there. African countries, all in those remote parts of the world, people know about these things. And it's just common stuff. But in quote-unquote civilized countries, North America, most of Europe and all that, that's just garbage stuff. Because what it does... The thing is, if this stuff was to leak out to the public today, it would dismiss the entire evolution doctrine. It would just destroy it. The thing is, there's no proof of evolution. It's all dairies, fake. Actually, it's all dumb stuff. It's all contradictions and gaps and everything else. But this is real stuff. Science is something you could observe and demonstrate. If you could observe something and demonstrate it, that's science. Instead of a bunch of scientists making up a bunch of numbers. 13.3 billion years ago, the universe was created. How do you know that? You wasn't there for that. Dinosaurs roamed the earth millions of years ago. Really? Really? Millions of years ago? You know how much a million years is? You know what I mean? And they were destroyed by a meteor that hit the earth. No meteor hit the earth that destroyed the dinosaurs. They were destroyed by the thing called the Great Flood. That's how they got underground. Common sense. That science can prove that. If you find bones underground, hundreds of feet under the ground, that's not from a meteor. That's from a flood. You stand on the ocean floor, right? When the tide comes in, if you could stand there without moving, you'll get buried in the sand. That's just common sense. You know what I mean? That's what science is. You know what I mean? That's what real science is. Now, today, science is like nobody knows what real science is because it's all discombobulated. You got a bunch of goofs on TV, a bunch of paid scientists. Even though the thing is, here's the thing, right? Real scientists would agree with this stuff, right? But you'll never hear from them because they got paid off scientists or their own version of scientists, right? To go on TV to push the evolutionary doctrine. And so if you go into the media, guys, and here's some... We'll start off with this if you want, Brian, that first article. So this article, this guy wrote, Giants Historical Record. We could do the whole show just off this. I mean, I was reading through this last night and today. This is amazing. The work this guy's done. We could do a whole show just off this article. This whole thing, right? He gets to the ancient cultures and everything else. And this guy named John Jensen Jr. I would love to find this guy and try to get him on the show. That would be awesome. And so if you look at some of the newspaper articles, yes, these are real newspaper articles. And then if you want, go to the New York Times and they have, I guess you got to pay for it to look at the archives. Or if you're going to go down to the building, if you live in New York, go to the archives, right? You can literally look these articles up. These are not fake. They're not put together. These are real articles. And here in Rhode Island, the Providence Journal is one of the oldest newspapers in the country. They recorded the stuff we're going to get to later on, too. They recorded finding giant bones. And again, there's not a couple of bones and all that here. These are massive skulls. Some of these things have 6 fingers on each hand, 6 toes on each foot. And they recorded this stuff in there, because what happens when the United States was starting to expand, the population and all that, especially with the invention of air conditioning. They started going out west and they started building lots of houses and everything else, excavating the land. So when they're excavating the land, they're coming across graves, caves full of these things, 11, 12 feet tall. Sounds ridiculous and stupid because of today's society. It's all dumbed down. But these things are recorded, and we're going to get into the stuff with the newspapers and all that. But before I get to the newspaper stuff, you want to throw anything on that?
It's kind of interesting. No joke, Dan. I have a story. Today, I had a really good experience going to my daughter's appointment. The woman that came and got me, everything was good, and no issues. The lady has a good head on their shoulders, and she was telling me her story. Literally, it fits right along with her shoulder. And all. You can't make this stuff up. She went to Ohio, and she ran to a place 9 miles from the Serpent Mound, and there was this little building. It was like a little gift shop, and she just happened to, caught her eye, but she showed me pictures of it. It looked really kind of run down. It looked like an old building that had been added on like multiple times through probably the last 100 years. And there was no heat. She walked in, there was no heat in there. It was like ice cold, and she looked over, and there was this little Indian man dressed up in like 5 layers of clothes. And she was looking around, just kind of, admiring what they had there, all these arrowheads, etc. and stuff. And he literally, she said that it blew her mind is the first conversation. Like she said, hey, he goes, hello. And then all of a sudden he goes, hey, my people, because literally this gentleman was like 80 plus years old, almost late 80s. And he said, my people come from the Serpent Mound area, but we was not originated from there. I thought it was just really cool. She doesn't know much about this stuff, but she was letting me know because I know her for a while, and she was telling me about it. She said, I've only ever heard anybody else speak about giants, and it was you. So he was speaking and talking about all kinds of random stories and said, yeah, we was told to go there. And then they just spin the narrative. But he said they used to have these events, the last few years, last 20 years or so, it's kind of depleted. They used to meet with all of his brothers and sisters from all over the United States that have these events with the culture, and now they're not doing it. And he was saying they was all dying off and everything, but he was really adamant about the giants. He's like, look, there's giants over there that was found in the Serpent Mound. You can go prove, we can actually go prove that the whole serpent, there's all kinds of data on that narrative. And he was talking about all the, he was talking about a meteorite and all this stuff. And he was like, it's not what the people think it is, and go on this thing and, and talking about all the narrative about, we wasn't there first. It was the giants. And excuse me. And it was just, she was just baffled by it all. And she's like, well, little old me was in the shop and I didn't know he was just going to start spilling out. It's 80-plus-year-old man wanted just to die. He was dying to talk to somebody, have a conversation piece. And he was really adamant and started talking about giants everywhere. So if I can get a hold of this gentleman, no joke, he's like 80 plus years old. I'd probably like to meet him, an old Indian guy, full-blooded Indian. Wouldn't that be cool to get him on the show, So I'm just saying, Dan, it'd be kind of neat. He's from Ohio, so. And it was 9 miles from the Serpent Mound, so it was right down the street pretty much. And I'm going to try to see if I can get up there and check out the gentleman, see if I can go meet him, But I just want to share that because it literally goes wrong with the program tonight. So it just kind of baffled me. There's literally locals saying, and old Indian tribe people, full-blooded Indian, saying, look, here's literally, I don't have to show you Google. I don't have to show you the internet. I don't have to show you anything. I literally been going to these gatherings for years and years and years and years. And we talked about these things. Our family we have all this knowledge and data. And, and he just was dying to talk to somebody about it. I just thought it was all wild stuff, man.
It is.
Yeah.
And Tim Morgan in the chat room. Was it Tim Morgan? Yeah, no, I'm sorry, Matt Finn. Matt Finn in the chat room. He pointed out the book, Giants on Record. I actually got that. I was actually just going to plug that. I actually got this book, me and Brian both. It's Giants on Record. So we're going to bring some stuff up in the book later on, too. And it's by Jim Vera and Hugh Newman. Awesome book, man. And it's like all kinds of information and a lot of articles and everything else from the media that reporting on this stuff. So, so let's get into some of the stuff here. So you got giant skeleton right here, some of the articles here, like I said earlier. These articles we could go through because we just want to show you first in the news. So we want to back everything we say up. So people, and again, if you want to fact check this, go for it. And actually, I encourage you to because I know there's a lot of naysayers out there. Oh, you guys Photoshopped that. Oh, those are fake articles. You get some spin from Snopes.com. Snopes are dopes. All these things. Oh, they didn't really mean giants. They were megalodons. Oh, yeah, because a megalodon could travel halfway across the country, right? And that's how contradicting they are. They're like, those dismiss as megalodons, right? Even though it's a full skeleton attack, right? With the clothes still on it, but yeah. But they'll deny the flood. So how would a megalodon get halfway across the country if there was no flood?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And it's just so contradicting. I debated an evolutionist on that. And he knew he looked dumb. He really did. Because he goes, he pulls up this megalodon bone, right? He goes, what you people are doing is you're simply, see this bone here? It's a megalodon bone. This guy was on History Channel and everything, right? The evolutionist. And so he goes, this bone here is a megalodon bone, and that's what you people are confusing it. I'm like, you're not understanding. I was trying to show the articles. Like, no, they're finding full skeletons. It's not a couple bones. So there's no mistake in these bones, like a grave, right? You dig it up, it's got clothes on it that are deteriorate and everything else. Would a megalodons wear clothes back then? Anyway, I'm sorry, guys.
It's just real quick. I just for just a few seconds because I know you want to keep talking. We got so much. We got so much that we could spend here 7 hours on this.
Yeah.
This whole everything we got to load into the show tonight. It's just interesting that they used to preach this, at the pulpits. Y'all have heard me talk about this many times. And I see the same thing today. There's nothing new under the sun, a military application. And it's hard to grind through all the programming, really get through all the programming and false narratives and stuff that's been taught to us since we've been a child. And when you see what's going on then today, this is just going to be random, but this is kind of off the subject, but they're telling us to look at the skies. They're telling us to watch for little balloons with satellite dishes that can move. They're telling us the Pentagon's getting on and saying, look, Alaska, we shot something down. It looked like a DeLorean. I'm being sarcastic. They said it was small as a car. It's always a narrative. And then what was so baffling when I mentioned in a Facebook post today, Alaska has a black pyramid underground, and the white one. Excuse me. The white one is, I think it's the white one. I've got them mixed up. Either way. One of them is Crimea, and the other one's in Alaska, from what I've looked at and gathered. The point is, the government, everybody's trying to get us to look. Back in the day, they told us not to look. There was no such thing. Now they're telling us to take pictures, take videos, whatever, and they're trying to defragment us. They're trying. It's just one thing after another. And, that's probably the same thing they did back in the 1800s. We're going to talk about Abraham Lincoln later on in the broadcast. And, when you can find it before the 1900s and the 1800 narrative, and when people was preaching to the rooftops and saying, yeah, we got the Zemazus, the Raphaim, the Nephilim, whatever, the Amorites, and we can talk to the hilltops about it. But now, literally, the churches, these old country churches that's built back in the day, they have a full-blown graveyard in the backyard, and they deny the giants all the way up into the hilltops and says it's the Sethite theory, which is nothing but a joke. I'm sorry. And it is what it is. And they spend it. So guess what? The academia, the whole narrative spins it. And guess what? The data goes missing. It goes sideways. And so thank you. It is the Black Pyramid. I did have it right. The Black Pyramid in Alaska. And the white one from my data is in Crimea. So think about that, where that's at. And those two are communicating with each other. I had it right. I just got tongue tied. But I get so passionate about the giant narrative because people seem to like like Dan was just saying, oh yeah, Dan, you're full of it. There's no such thing. There's no such thing. It's just the devil and Jesus and God. There's nothing else. The angels, the sons of God. That's not what they was talking about. Well, what was they referring to? There was two parties in the Genesis 6 narrative. Let's get real here. What was it? What was it? I don't know if anybody in the broadcast here has had, a child that's 10 foot tall and bulletproof. You know what I mean? It's just a little irritating. But it just gets a little, like Dan was saying, they just make up a hypothesis. They just make up something and spin it. Oh yeah. But literally, I'm not tooting my horn here, but I myself can go and say, you see that right there? I have substantial evidence. I can touch it. I have data, 1700s, 1800s, but you just deny it. And see, that's what they've done. And then speaking of a spiritual warfare Friday, that's what they're doing today with the Bible. They're trying to spin it. They're trying to say it's this. They're trying to say it's that. They're trying to get you to conform to the world's narrative and literally go into this whole new realm of thinking. And they're trying to get you detached from the scriptures as much as they can and distract. And in the background, these fallen angels and all these angelic properties are tugging and pulling us and taking us in a spiritual trap, which is not the narrow way of what Christ was talking about. It's broadened way. Like it leads to broadened way of destruction. And it's mind boggling. And you're like, well, there was only 6 foot tall. We're only this certain size. The NBA players they're just specially gifted. Yes, they're very gifted. Okay. I'm not talking about a 6'5" or 6'8" or 7 foot man. We're talking me and Dan. And I'll tell you what, real quick, even if the narrative, even if they see a 5 or 6 foot tall giant, people are like, well, Brian, those are still your height. Or no, the girth, like the thickness of the being. I mean, they was probably 800 pounds. They would take up a whole lineman, the 5 or 6 linemen on an NFL team. Right. And it's like, me and Dan, even Dan is a lot bigger than me, and he can bench press 1,000 pounds. They could took the whole skeleton, probably wrap it around both of us. So even if it's a 6 foot tall being, it's the width. It's the anatomy is a lot larger in the width of it. And people are like, well, that can't be true. Yeah, it is true. The data says it. The elongated skull says it. Machu Picchu says it. All the data, even in the Americas, it's all there. But we forgot. We just given up. We've given up.
Well, I'm like that. That's how my body is because I'm not super tall compared to a lot of the wrestlers that 6'8", 7 feet. Some of them, but a lot of these wrestlers are tall. But I'm wide as them, so I'm like right under 6 feet, 5'11", whatever. And but I'm wide. You know what I mean? I got a big stature to me, so I'm like rounded wide. But there's guys that are taller than me that I weigh more than, have more muscle mass than them. So it's like it's that short, stumpy type thing, like that. You got even people shorter, like 5'5", but they're stocky and wide, you know. So, but there's people tall who are that too, but most of these tall people, they're just tall and lengthy, and you know, they go about 3 and change. I'm like at 315, I think it is, 320 right now, because I'm doing powerlifting right now, so I'm just like training my body to, you know, for mass and everything, for power and all that, for powerlifting. But yeah, that's how. Like same thing with the Giants. Yeah, like David and Goliath, right? Goliath, yeah, he was one of the, you know, short compared to his brothers, but the thing is, he was just stocky. He was just like massive beef of muscle. That's what he was, you know. So that's what I'm trying to compare this to. So yeah, the Giants, and also the Bible says they're men of renown. So men of renown is people with certain abilities, you know, like where the Greek mythology comes in, which is not mythology at all, it's real. Except for they weren't gods like the Greeks thought. You know, I mean, the ancients thought they were gods, but they're not. They're fallen angels and their children, you know. So a lot of these people had, you know, they might have not been giants, but they had special abilities. That's where the Marvel comics come from, the superheroes and all that stuff. So they base that off of ancient stuff. That's where all that stuff comes from. And it's not out of Stan Lee's imagination or Marvel Comics imagination. This is out of real, like, life stuff. From ancient cultures, and they've called, you know, again, of course, they'll call it Greek mythology, whatever the case, but whatever, or folklore, but, and, you know, so that's what we're going at here.
It's just crazy, Dan. Like, you know, the reason why I was saying sorry is because, you know, I have people that are around my area where I live, and they would, you know, even if they watch this broadcast, they would just, you know, it doesn't matter. I'm just trying to do what the Lord has me do. I'm just trying to make people aware of what's going on in their surroundings. You know, I just really want to expose these things. And it baffles me. Like, it just baffles me. Yeah. It's just cognitive dissonance on a high order, like on the highest order. And it makes me sad. I pray for these people, but it's just like, you know, like you said, even if you can lift 1,000, like whatever, Dan, like 800 pounds bench, you know, bench press 800 pounds. You drag a big 12-footer out and you throw it out there in the middle of the street up in Rhode Island. They would say that you're getting ready for Dan Bidondi. Oh, we know him. Y'all getting ready for a Hollywood production. You feel me?
Yeah.
And it wouldn't. Yeah. It just. But anyways, continue on. I'm getting fired up. We're only 35 minutes in. We haven't even talked. We haven't really talked much. We're talking about Milkman, broken down Milkman, and talking about broken down giants and everything else.
Oh, those Chinese balloons! I seen one of them had a milk truck on it.
Oh yeah.
It was floating over Kentucky.
Let me tell you something. If y'all ever look up and there's a milk truck flying in the air, there's a gateway opened up. It got swallowed up back in 1950. Project Philadelphia experiments popping off. But anyways, go ahead, Dan. Go ahead. I'm interrupting you. Go ahead, my brother.
No, it's all right. So let's get into a couple of these articles, and it's going to be a little hard to read for some of you. But these are the best in this article here, like I said, by John Jensen. He really made these articles look good, you know, because when you look at them, you could barely read them online. But if you go to the archive sites, you could like actually get the real snapshots of them. And you can actually have the papers printed out. That's how, you know, if you want to order a paper, if you go to New York Times, the archives, you can actually pay and they'll ship you the papers. Yeah, the same paper that came out back then, of course, in today's paper. But that's, this is real news. So basically, this one here, giant skeletons found. Cave in Mexico gives up bones of ancient race. So, and then you're going to see a common theme in these articles talk about ancient races, giant bones and skeletons and everything else. This was in Boston, Massachusetts, May 3rd. So Charles Clapp, who was recently returned from Mexico, where he has been in charge of Thomas W. Luton's mining investment. So I guess this guy opened up a mine and they started digging the mine. So anyway, he found in Mexico a cave containing some 200 skeletons of men above 8 feet tall in height. So what this is saying, you got 200, just a couple, 200 full skeletons at least 8 feet tall in Mexico. And the cave was evidently a burial place of a race of giants who I'm trying to read that here. Associated, I can't, it's hard to read that, guys, I apologize. So if Brian, if you're reading it better, please jump in. But the total length of one of them was 8 foot and 11 inches, so basically 9 feet this one giant was. And this one here was published May 4th, 1908 from the New York Times. So could you imagine
real
that?
Quick,
Yeah, go ahead.
quick. I want to not to interrupt you. I want to
No,
make
go for
sure
it.
that it's, if I'm reading it correctly on the screen, it's talking about inundated through, is it thou Aztecs, through the Aztecs?
Oh, okay.
I think is what it says. Yeah, so Aztecian technology is all over, even all over Kentucky, man. And people just don't understand. It's like I'm just an average guy, okay? In some cases, I can barely speak the English language. But I can sing a Milkman song, right? I'm just being sarcastic. But seriously, I was raised in Kentucky, and if I can understand it and look at it, I'm not trying to boast or anything. It's just, if there's Aztec data, if there's anything from Peru down here, if there's anything from Egypt down here, what do we got? Like, what do we got going on? And it's just, there's something to it, Dan. It's not, it can't be just a coincidence. And this, I just want to throw it out there. And these beings, when they're all gathered into one place, right? This is what blows my mind. So how many was it again in this certain article?
200.
200. That's correct.
Some 200. So basically over 200. A little above, something like that.
Yeah. So I'm gonna do a show on the Stonish giants. That whole narrative. Whenever they went to war, something they talked about the master of the world. They was talking about the creator, but they wouldn't say of Jesus or God. But they said that these things miraculously appeared, just miraculously, and they was able to defeat them because they all appeared in one place. And that's what blows my mind. It's almost like you're talking about a Mexico cave here containing some 200 skeletons, and it blows my mind when sometimes when you look at gateways and portals, et cetera, and I'm wondering if there's something to it. You know what I mean? Could it be something? And then why is it? It's always a cave. A lot of cave narrative. You'll hear about, oh yeah, there's 5 or 6 here, and then you'll look down this other 10. Like maybe approximately a few yards, or even in the other tunnel system, not too far, maybe just a mile, and you'll still have a ton of giants in that area. It's just wild, man. I don't know, Dan.
Well, if you look at the old catacombs too, and a lot of the older cities, that's how they buried, like in France and Italy and all that. The catacombs is basically a tunnel system under a building or something, and that's where they buried the dead. They put them in the wall, put them on a slab on the wall, and just let it, the body rot, whatever the case. But that's how they, I guess that's from an ancient thing. Instead of just like what we do today, we bury somebody 6 feet under, whatever. I don't know why they do 6 feet. It's kind of weird, but back then they would put them in the tomb and just stuff the bodies in the tomb, and of course people got buried, but most of the time, especially royalty, they got buried in some kind of a tomb or a catacomb or something like that. And in this case, 200. So it must have been some actual race that lived there, like a tribe or something of whatever they were that lived there, and they ended up all dying off, and over the years they buried their bodies in there.
Well, some of them know what's so baffling. Some of them are not even in the position of some of them are like in the fetal position. I have seen some in Wisconsin where they're like in a fetal position, like either starvation or something to that effect, and it's baffling. I remember one in Wisconsin had the mother, the father, and the 2 children, and the children was 7.5 feet. Wow. Then the father and mother I think was 10, 12 foot tall. And what was so baffling about it is they was all in a fetal position. So I just thought that was weird. I don't know if it's like a cataclysm, some kind of bad weather, if it was like Arctic death, like negative 75 or something like that. I don't know. You know what I mean? To cause them, or it could have been, they could have starved. I have heard narratives and stories where the natives would literally block off the caves back in the day, somehow, shape, or form, figure out how to drive them back into the caves. I have heard that, where they would try to isolate them and basically keep them away because they was, trying to take out their flock. So it's baffling, man. It's baffling.
Oh, it is. It really is. But it's like, imagine discovering that. Just say we're out in a venture or something, and we come across this cave and going in to see that stuff, man. And I'm sure the feds would scoop that stuff up right away. And I want to tell you guys there's a common thread because I've been to a lot of debates and everything else and talked to people, and so of course they call it playing devil's advocate. So basically they'll hit you with this. All right, well, if this is true, where's all the bones then? Where are they? I mean, show me the proof where they are. Well, you ain't gonna get none of those because none of that proof. Because here's what happened: the Smithsonian, and they were actually under fire for this. The Smithsonian and historical societies of each state and whatever the case, basically the federal government would step in. And the Providence Journal even talked about this too. We're going to show you that later on. That this federal government step in, like a Smithsonian or Historical Society, they confiscate the bones, the remains, right? Then when somebody files a FOIA request, say, hey, we want to examine those bones, we want to see them, take pictures, whatever. Mysteriously, and this is a common thread, mysteriously, every single time, Ellie Mazzulli, I'd like to get him on the show too, but he ran into this when he started uncovering this stuff too. Every single time the excuse comes up, they were lost, stolen, or damaged. Yeah, every single time. So, and that's if you went to the Smithsonian to demand to see the stuff, or even with a FOIA request, granted, right? And they'll come up with a cockamamie excuse. Somebody stole them, or they got lost or got destroyed in the fire or something like that. Just like all those egg farms too, right? Yeah. Anyway, that's their excuse. And that's a common thread you see all over, because people say, well, if that's the truth, where are they? Where are the bones? Show me the bones and I'll believe it, right? I can't show you the bones. Maybe if we dug up some of those mounds, which, by the way, were they under protective order or something like that?
Well, this old good boy here, Trey, I know you're watching. I just called myself what I call you. I'm never going to call you that again, my friend. I'm giving you a shout out. I'm going to call myself that. Anyways, real quick, Dan, I think it's over a protective. Some of them are, okay, so an archaeology dig standpoint, some of them have not been deemed an archaeology site to dig. So it's like, okay, or if there's any kind of like, well, here's the thing. They've been 400 or 500 year generation, 400 or 500 years owned by families, and they protect them, right? And there's just something about it that it's covered in that way. And they plant trees up, and it's just hidden. These mounds are hidden, and then they just keep the traditions going on. And it's just it's a cover up. It's a cover up. But then, and I think as they die off, the family, they go on, the descendants and the ancestors and stuff didn't really tell them much, and they continue to lose the knowledge. And they're like, well, Papa was telling me this or whatever. And then they just go on about their merry way. They don't ever get into it. And then, the younger generation gets a hold of it, and they just think it's valuable land, and they forget it. Or it just gets lost. But the sad part is it's all there. It just nobody wants to pick up the bones, pick up the dust and clean. I really do think in some of the data I looked at, I really do think there's some that have never been touched. And if that's the case, and we're going to be talking about Abraham Lincoln, what he was talking about with the mounds and the giants,
Niagara Falls.
Yeah, when you're going to pop it up later. In the data that I have from the 1900s, early 1900s, I have partial excavation sites, and then I have some that are not even been recorded. And if they are recorded, I have they've never been touched because the family said you're not allowed on my property. So I wonder, and I pray the Father allows me one of these days to be able to access some of these properties and actually, these people's hearts get softened, so we can actually try to see if we can figure something out. Because wouldn't that be something, Dan? I mean, go out and literally find a 12-foot, 15-footer and be like, look, here it is. What are you going to, what are we doing? But see, you said the Smithsonian and stuff that, so there's sarcophaguses from Egypt here. When there's stuff from Peru here in the caves close to Mammoth Cave in Glasgow, Kentucky, when there's Peru embalming procedures, when there's civilizations of Aztecian, we can go on. We can go on to Tartarian or Tartars, the Tartarians civilization. When you have all that data, and what is it then, Dan? So, and people will say, well, it's 800 years old that this giant's been in this mound, or it's 500 years, or they'll say it's 2,000, 3,000. So their carbon dating is never accurate and all this stuff. But there's just something to it that that baffles my mind. I'm not 100% sure what's really going on, because it's a more of a spiritual thing, because somebody ought to know something. If you got a 200 year, so if you keep this documented, I think like you said, Smithsonian comes in, sweeps it in, takes all the data, knowledge, the bones, and everything. But the point is, what if they haven't searched everything? And another thing, what if they're so like conditioned and programmed in what they actually believe, what they've been taught in the schools? What if it takes somebody that is not in that type, just an amateur person that can literally see with spiritual eyes, and see it differently? Everybody's different. God gives us gifts, and is the problem is if you just nobody gives these people chances because you don't have your PhD in 1, 2, 3s and all these different degrees. But you know what I mean? So they don't give you a chance to prove. But what if you do get that opportunity? But that's just I'm going on a rant. But go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, and the Smithsonian was established in 1846. And it was tasked with the mission of organizing the anthropology history of the United States of America. So they're the police, so to speak, of this stuff. So at any time, because they're a government entity, they could step in and use that government power to confiscate evidence and everything else. So there was also the Smithsonian, and they buried this in the media big time because it was all over the place. So even the History Channel talked about it too, about the Smithsonian was under fire for hiding this evidence or destroying them, whatever the case. But even this Gaia news publication, it's the New Agey one, but still, they even say the conspiracy claims that the Smithsonian giants destroyed skeletons. Giant skeletons, I'm sorry. So there's, it was a New York Times, Globe, and Scientific America published articles. So, and I remember these because when these came up, we actually talked about them on my news show. The New York Times, the London Globe, the Scientific American, all published articles purporting the discovery of gigantic human bones, concluding the remains were sent to the Smithsonian for further study, but the fact that the evidence was never seen again, reported. And some of these old articles says the same thing in the articles, and we got one from the Brighteon Channel that says the same exact thing, or the Historical Society, which is connected to them. And the question is whether the Smithsonian destroyed the skeletons. We know they didn't destroy them. Of course they didn't destroy them. They'll come up with some cockamamie excuse. Then you get something like Politico. Oh, it's a conspiracy theory. Oh, and Political Fact, which is, they claim to be fact checkers, but these people lie to you every day. So, and they say the Smithsonian didn't admit to destroying giant skeletons. They'll go in there and try to dismiss the whole thing. You know what I mean? And that's how they are. Because these people are paid opposition to paid disinformation units, CIA stuff. That's what it is. And NSA. They want to purposely, they put stuff out to say it's a fact when it's not. And this Washington Post talks about that too. Human bones stolen, Smithsonian tackles its problems. So at one time, all the major newspapers talked about it. I remember seeing the articles my own self, read them on the air. That was just like 5 years ago, I think it was. But the Smithsonian was under fire for denying people to see these bones because they said they got destroyed or whatever the case. But anyway, it's a massive cover-up. And the thing is, again, why do they do this for? Because they want to bury all the information they want to bury God. That's what they're trying to do. Because the thing is, if they reveal these things are true, right, guess what? The question's raised, oh, wait a minute, I thought we came from monkeys. The question's raised, oh, how is this possible? It would destroy the entire evolutionary theory. That's what it would do. That's a main number one reason why. And the thing is, the biggest reason why is because they want to deny the creator. Because now if you get into giant bones, then, oh, wait a minute, hold on. I remember reading that in the Bible, so guess what? The Bible must be true. So that goes down that road, then all of a sudden the creation of the earth, then it just goes on and on and on, and it completely unravels and destroys the entire worldview of cosmology and the entire worldview with the whole evolution doctrine. So they don't want that. So they want to keep your head buried in their books to think you're smart when you're not. And it's such a mind job, really. It's a psychological warfare, and they're doing that. And they hijack the media, and there's nothing new with this, guys. Back in the 1700s, the German Union, when the Illuminati was established, right? Well, officially, they were around since the 1500s. But when they were established officially in 1776, May 1st, by Adam Weishaupt, he was a professor in canon law. So he established the Bavarian Order of the Illuminati, right? So right when basically when they got powerful, right? They created a thing called the German Union. The German Union was a group of people. They were publicists. They wrote books and everything else, authors and all that stuff. So at the time, the only form of media would be at a library, right? And so they would write articles and books and everything else to condition, on a mass scale, the population propaganda. Then, of course, not coincidence, like hundreds of years later, the Germans, the Nazi Germans, did the same thing with the propaganda infiltrating all the media, right? Then here in America in the 1900s, we had Operation Mockingbird with the CIA that infiltrated all the mainstream media. Paperclip brought them here, the Nazis here. Then they use Operation Mockingbird, to infiltrate all the media to control what goes out to the public. And this is why you don't see articles like this no more. Because they have infiltrated, New York Times. I mean, back then they were honest. There was honest media back then, believe it or not. Before the Mockingbird. Now today, New York Times is fake news.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And plain and simple, they just complete liberal bias. That's all. Back then, there wasn't no about political parties. It was just a bunch of reporters. And I talked to a lot of reporters too. It's like they want to become a reporter because they want to report the truth. And of course, a lot of them are just there just for a paycheck, whatever the case. But yeah, back then it was honest media. And now today, forget it. You won't even get a lick of this. And look at this one here. It's February 11th, 1742, I think that is. The living colossus of wonderful and, forgive me, guys, here. It was from Sweden, I guess. I'm trying to read this article, yeah. Could you read that, Brian? The giant one?
I'm trying to look at it real quick. Forgive me, Dan.
Now I'm asking you, and he's with the visual disturbance.
Yeah, I'm having trouble myself.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry, Dan.
No, don't be sorry. It's hard to read.
Yeah. Welcome to Spiritual Warfare Friday, and welcome to Visual Disturbance. Oh man.
I'm trying to get a little glimpse of anything of this. All right,
You have
so
to
guys,
forgive
I
me,
apologize. Can't read this one. Just skip on to the next one. It's just, I can barely see that. But, yeah, you got a set of New York Times articles, right? February 7th, 1976, March 5th, 1894. Let's see if there's a way to zoom up on this stuff here. Could you get a glimpse of that, those New York Times ones?
I'm almost, I've lost my place, Dan.
Oh, it's in the first article. If you scroll down to the articles.
I see it now.
You see giant skeletons found and giant.
I got it now. The New York Times one, correct?
Yep. February 7th, 1876.
Whew. All right then. Oh
Get the
boy.
magnifying glass out.
Yeah. Has anybody ever watched Minority Report with the Tom Cruise in it? Does anybody have any new pair of eyes laying around? You do a little swap for Brian Reece. Oh. I can't read it, Dan, man. I'm sorry. It's not there. I can't read it.
What I'll do here, this is what I'll do, right? I got the link, so I'm going to put the link in the chat room, guys.
Sure, yeah.
So
I will read the next.
Oops,
I will go on and read the next one, though.
Sure.
I will go on and read the Giant's Bones in the Mound. So this one is, this is also reported in the New York Times. Okay, everybody, I'm going to get real serious now. I'm 56 minutes into the show, and I've been goofy the whole entire time, off and on, but Dan had me cracking up when he had to premiere the song, so I've not recovered since that happened. So, bless you, my friend. So, Giant Bones in the Mound. So, it says it's the next one down. Yeah, there you go. I'm on the right side. I can't really read the left one, and forgive me, you all.
I can read
but
the
on
left
right
one, but go ahead.
Okay. So scientists unearthed relics of Indians who lived 700 years ago. So this according to this was published in July the 14th, 1916. So this is what cracks me up. So I want to put this in here before I read it. They did military reconnaissance missions in the early 1900s in America. And me and Dan's always said it on this channel, and I've said it on my channel. Why do they have to have a military application to go just look at Indian mounds and old relics, old artifacts and, archaeology dig sites? What are you really doing? To me, this blends in with the whole narrative with the so-called cryptic creatures and gates, UFO phenomenon, and people just see that's what I'm saying when they send a whole task force and a whole black ops operatives to a location. Why you going to a place that's been buried for hundreds and thousands of years? But anyways, let's move on here. So, I think I'm reading it right. Is it Binghamton? Yeah. Okay. July 13th, Professor A.B. Skinner of American Indian Museum, Professor W.K. Moorhead of Phillips Andover Academy, and Dr. George Duno. I'm having trouble reading it myself.
Donahue.
Pennsylvania. Yeah, it's really blurry. I'm so sorry, Dan. Pennsylvania. I'm trying the best I can, guys. Pennsylvania. Yeah, seriously, visual disturbance. Pennsylvania state historian who have been conducting researches along the valley of the, what is it? Two different words. I'm gonna skip that. Have uncovered an Indian mound at the Toggle Point. It's so small. I'm so sorry, Dan. On the upper proportion as the Murray's Farm, a short distance from, it's in Pennsylvania, I think, which promises rich additions to Indian lore. So in the mound uncovered were found the bones of 68 men. 68 men, which are believed to have been buried 700 years ago. The average height of these men was 7 feet, while many were much taller. Further evidence of their gigantic size, which you'll hear all the time when you see prehistoric man narrative or anything tremendous stature, they try to blend it and spin it. They try to just go ahead and say, well, this is just, tall man. No, we're literally talking about giants. Gigantic size was found in large celts or axes hewed from stone and buried in the grave. On some of the skulls, 2 inches above the perfect form forehead, were protuberances of bones. Members of the expedition say that it is the first discovery of its kind on record and a valuable contribution of the history of the early races. The skull had a few bones found in the grave, were sent to American Indian Museum.
Wow.
So they always spin it. Sorry, it took everybody. I know I keep saying sorry, but I really do. I was having trouble reading it with my visual
I think everybody is too. I am.
Yeah, yeah.
It's not your fault. It's
I was grinding through it, Dan. Grinding through it. But we're just two dudes that God has put together to do a broadcast every night, and we're very thankful to do it. So just hang in there.
Well, did you hear that though? 68 of these things, right? And the smallest one is 7 feet. They said 7 feet and up. So that's crazy.
That proves to me that it might have been a child, because when I looked at my data, the children would be smaller and the daddies and mommies would be 10 to 12 foot. I've seen this, like I mentioned earlier, in Wisconsin, all over the west side of America, and that's what it's probably. The 68 people they're probably obviously different ages, but people just don't it just doesn't register, Dan. But yeah, go ahead, man. Read the next one on the left there.
And this one here is one on the left here. And the skeleton's 7 feet long. This is Centerburg, Ohio, May 4th. And it doesn't say what year here. But it says Licking County has been for years a favorite field of students of Indian history. So it's a favorite field for Indian history. There have been 2 old forts and across from the mounds. As you see, these mounds, scores of mounds, right? 2 old forts and scores of mounds, many mounds. Last week, a small mound near the Homer was opened up by some schoolboys, and who found a skeleton. And today, further, what does that say? I'm just trying to read the print, guys. Yeah, they're saying it's several feet below the surface of the earth, and a large vault they found with some stone floor. So I guess they uncovered a large vault in this mound with the stone floor.
Wow, Dan! You said 2 old forts, right? So there's always fortifications.
Star forts, yep.
Yeah. So listen to this one real quick. I want to elaborate on this. So in my area, no joke, me and Joshua's gonna go there here soon. There's an area that they literally would take the bones of the giant stature, tremendous stature, whenever they put it in academia books and literature, these beings would literally go to war with the Indians. The Indians, I've talked about this on the channel before, the Indians would literally go to this slope, and they had a military vantage point in this fort that they built, and they would literally javelin, any kind of kniving or whatever, arrows, and literally take out the Indian people. and literally grind it. I have the literature on it. I don't have it in front of me right now, but they would literally grind up their bodies and plaster it with some type of other, I think it was phosphorus and some type of other material that they lime and some other kind of material from the earth, and lather it on the side of the walls and reinforce it with the bones of the people. So that's what I wanted to bring that up, because that article there from Ohio, that really resonated with me when you started. I was like thinking the fortification, and you was talking about the what was it, the ground underneath the was it around the mound or underneath the mound? Was there a concrete slab, right?
Well, they
Something
said it was
like that.
in here under the mound. The kids opened up the mound, and there was a stone, a vault. I'm sorry, a large vault with a stone floor and a bark covering, and were found 4 huge skeletons, 3 being over 7 feet in length, and the other 8 feet. So here's the thing, too, guys. You gotta imagine, right? If the skeleton is 7 feet, right, you got to add the flesh to it. That's going to be much near maybe 7.5 to 8 feet, right? So because a skeleton, you know what I mean, if you put the flesh on it and everything else, it's going to be bigger. So keep that in mind. So the skeleton itself is at least 7 feet, yeah. And they're saying here over 7 feet in length, and the other one there they found was 8 feet. The skeletons lay with their feet to the east in a bed on of charcoal. That's weird. So the skeletons are laying with their feet to the east on a bed of charcoal. In which
that's a ritual, Dan.
Yeah.
By the way, they from what I've read about that, they thought that he was harnessing that they worship the beings that they put in. They would worship them and honor them.
Well,
they bury their dead around the base of the mound. It's really trippy stuff, man.
Yeah. So they were laying on a bed of charcoal in which the numerous they were partially burned bones, and about the neck and the largest skeleton was a lot of stone beads, evidently a necklace in the life, I guess, whatever. And the grave contained about something like 30, I think is number 30 stone vessels and implements. Sorry, guys, it's hard to read this here. So the most striking being the curiosity wrought pipe, the bowl having series of carved figures upon it of birds, and so it's only engraved stone pipe ever found. So it was a pipe, a smoking pipe, I guess, with engraved on it, stone on it, made of stone. And so the stone kettle boiling about a gallon. So they found they found artifacts with it. So an arrowhead, stone hatchets, and a stone knife they made too. I guess they were found there. So all the stuff was found in that cavern. And the knife is a peculiar shape. The knife was a peculiar shape with a curved blade and a wooden handle. And the students of Indiana archaeology claim it is the most valuable find ever made in basically the most valuable find they ever seen. So 4 skeletons, they were 7 feet, and the other one was 8. And they found all these stone tools and everything else and weapons. So that's crazy, man. And the thing is, like, I don't even know what this was, but it just shows you out there that's they're still out there. And of course, they're everywhere. And I'm not suggesting people go dig these up. I mean, off the record, I mean, tell you the truth. If we like me and my brother here, if we found one, we got shovels with us, we're digging it up. We're playing simple. We're digging it up, and we're gonna because for the fact to uncover this stuff to show the public. Because if this stuff was to get out to the public, man, it could wake a lot of people up, and we'll probably be in a little bit of trouble for doing that. But hey, whatever.
I wouldn't mind strapping a giant skull to my roof.
Yeah, strap a giant skull to your roof. Imagine driving down the street with that. The heck is that? Don't think it's fake.
Yeah, we'll yeah, I don't even want to comment on that, but yeah, I could imagine when you come down there and head this way, we can film it as the Black Ops roll up, Dan. Spiritual Warfare Friday, we'll do it in the middle of the night.
The next one down, you should be able to read, Brian. It's pretty. It says 2 very tall skeletons. Looks like one is 11 feet 3 inches. The one right under there.
Oh, okay. 2 very tall skeletons. Okay.
Yeah.
From the Harrisburg Telegraph, and it's Pennsylvania, I'm assuming, if I'm reading that correctly. Yep. The following was copied verbatim from note made in the Pocket Almanac by the late Judge Attlee on the 24th of May of 1708. So just think about the date. Being a Hanover, York County, Pennsylvania, in the company with Chief Justice McKean, Judge Bryan, Mr. Bird, and others on the way of the Franklin, and take a view in the town, the company of Mr. McAllister, and several other respectable inhabitants. We went to Mr. Neese's, a tan yard, where we were shown a place near the Curring House, from whence in digging to the sink, a tan vat, some years ago, were taken 2 skeletons of human bodies. They lay close beside each other and measured about 11 feet and 8 inches in length. The bones were entire in their entirety, basically, but on being taken up and exposed in the air, present crumbled and fell into pieces. Interesting. I wonder if that's true. Mr. McAllister and some others mentioned that many others had seen them, and Mr. McAllister, who is a tall man. It's always weird. Now listen to this. About 6 feet 4 inches high, mentioned that the principal bone of the leg of one of them, being placed by the side of the leg, reached from his ankle and considerably way up to his thigh, pointing a small distance below the hip bone. Wow. You know, Dan, no joke, the same narrative. What so blows my mind, there's a gentleman that's mentioned in some early 1900 books. He was also 6'4". They have to bring, that's what baffles my mind right now. I'm reading this, and he says it's 6'4" inches. And then in that particular narrative back in my my hometown and stuff, 6'4" was a pretty gigantic man even back then. But the problem was the skeleton that they found was in the graves. It was an an ancient giant cemetery where they took the 6'4", the 6'4" gentleman took the skull and put it over the flesh and all of that character. So it's just wild stuff, man. So that's why I just want to make a point. It's kind of strange that this is published in August of 1880. New York Times. Mm-hmm.
Wow. 5 years before Doc Brown went back to Back to the Future.
Yeah, that's what that was today, Dan. Remember, I was making a smart aleck remark about the Alaska. That was Doc and his DeLorean floating over the Alaska airspace, y'all. So I'm being a goof here, but yeah, you have to take this stuff is pretty serious. But see what's so baffling. One other thing too. So here we are looking at it. I've noticed the newspaper articles are starting to deteriorate. Literally, I'm being sarcastic here, but they're deteriorating off the internet, meaning they're just getting vaporized, like zipped out. But here's the thing. What I found out, they're still in vaults in your local communities. You can still go find them. They're just having a hard time. You know, people they lose their memory. People don't understand this, that how much this means to, the historical narrative is getting brushed under the rug. And then they're setting up a whole new narrative for the reality of what we live in. So, they're taking away the script biblical narrative. That are just saying that stuff doesn't exist anymore. But like, you can go to your local community and go to the courthouse, libraries, whatever, that they collect archives, and you can find this stuff on all kinds of, but you can't, for some reason, it's starting to die off on the internet. It's weird, man. Go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, you're right. And so going through the articles here, so two more here. So I'm gonna this first one is a little blurry to read. So basically, this one is saying that a giant skeleton, it was discovered in Williams County in Ohio State, I think that says here, and the human bones frequently, I just try to read through there and try to get the height of this one. Large and characteristic bones, and let's try to read through here. The skeleton was found about 6 feet beneath the surface of the earth and embedded in I can't pronounce that.
Stratum
of the hardest kind of city. And the bones are said to be a perfect state. So perfect, nobody even touched them. They're perfect. And the way...
Preservation.
Trying to read through this. I
got it zoomed in. I've zoomed it in, like magnified tenfold on my end. That's why I'm having better luck. I'm sorry, Dan. I'm trying to help you out.
Gentleman said walked earth was about 18 feet high, and they estimate with the flesh and everything must have weighed about 3,000 pounds. That's crazy, man. And 18 feet tall, about 3,000 pounds. And, I believe that. And the one next to it here, this is Prehistoric Men. It's a lot easier to read here. 11 feet high. And again, where it says what? The mounds of the south side of Crystal Lake and Montcalm County, Michigan, right? Mounds. So every time you see the mounds. And have been opened. And the prehistoric race unearthed one that contained 5 skeletons and the other 3. So 8 skeletons total. And the first mound was unearthed on the tablet of 5 inches long. 4 wide. Let me see.
What is it? What is it reading here? What tablet? Oh, where is this at? Michigan?
Yep, Montcalm County, Michigan.
I know I have it archived somewhere. I know what this tablet is.
Yeah.
So continue on. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I want to make sure that so this characters found upon the tablet were also prominent upon the casket. Upon opening the casket, a copper coin was revealed together with several stone types, with which the inscription or marks upon the tablet and the casket had evidently been made. So, okay, I'm trying to remember the name of this one. I didn't mean to interrupt you, Dan.
Go ahead, because if you can see it better than me, go for it.
I'm trying to remember. Okay, so you mentioned meteorites earlier because you was just talking about all kinds of spins, how you spin everything in their world and their reality. And I done a show recently about this, meteorite and asteroids coming out of nowhere and stuff, and this astronomical level, astronomers and how they have all these high advanced $1 billion of pieces of equipment, the telescopes. But this is one of those examples. So, prehistoric man, you have giant narrative all over it, and you have mounds all over it. You have tablets all over. So these tablets so we're talking about Michigan. There's tablets in different states all around, Michigan, Indiana, Ohio, Kentucky, and Virginia. And they have these tablets, and they're sandstone tablets. Some of them, Ohio is one of them. It's called Cincinnati tablet. They have the Wilmington tablet. I'm trying to remember the one that's in Michigan, what they're referring to here. So what's weird about it, Dan, no joke, they'll have a concordance. I think I've mentioned this on our Spiritual Warfare Friday before, and I mentioned on my channel. They'll have a concordance of longitude, latitude, and they say it's a den. But the thing is, what's baffling me, the tablet was found close to our area where I live, and it had a sarcophagus, like a sarcophagus that could have been Egyptian, is what they got written on record. So if it's Egyptian with the tablet, and the tablet matches up with these other tablets, what do we got here? And then they correspond with longitude, latitude, and they talk about comets and how they can strategically lay them, and they can pinpoint like the mapping of how they found everything on a above view level, Dan. So how's that even possible? So like we have to have a multi-billion-dollar telescope that reaches so far into the black hole abyss, right, and above into the so-called space. But the Indians, the so-called, the so-called narrative of what they're spinning here, in the NASA and all that. But then in this narrative, they have the ability. These tablets would have literally archaeology and on astronomy. They could, or astronomical for an astronomer. That's questioning all reality, what we're living in. How did the Indians know how to carve into these tablets, and then pinpoint longitude, latitude to have archaeology digs? And they literally will say that when you look at it, they'll say, yeah, we've been able to translate the tablets in modern day, and they'll be like, we found all these artifacts based off the tablet. So it's just baffling. I'm just baffled by this article. But go ahead, Dan. I didn't mean to interrupt you, man.
Yeah, man. And it says the measurements here. I just lost my place here. All right. So the largest skeleton was skeleton, right? Largest skeleton was 5 feet 5 inches. A skeleton, so that's crazy, man. I'm sorry, it's just hard to read this method.
The largest skeleton was 5 feet 5 inches. This is like earlier up. Huh?
Oh, my bad. It's hard for me to read this. I'm sorry.
No. You read it okay. That's where you. I was just going to I was going to mention earlier. It was kind of ironic. I brought up. Remember how there'd be smaller in height, like your height, like our height, giants, but they would be they'd be larger than a milk truck in the width. You get what I'm saying? So
yeah, just white.
yeah, people don't. They look like more like a troll, like a narrative of a troll, like a giant, the whole fairy tale, stuff, like big, big broad shoulders, etc., and be able to, 1,000-pound being, and it literally goes on to say, if do you want me to completely, I got it zoomed in here. Do you want me to go ahead and keep reading it on this article?
If you can,
I
that'd be awesome.
I can do that. So, you stopped at the, I've done lost my place too. And it says the lower jaw. Okay, so the lower jaw was impressive. An ordinary jawbone fits inside with ease. By the measuring of the distance at the top of the skull to the upper end of the thigh bone, the largest skeleton was 5 feet 5 inches. A doctor who was present stated that the man must have been at least, okay, here we go, Dan. The man must have been at least 11 feet high. One of these mounds was partially covered by a pine stump. I'll get into that here in a second. 3 feet 6 inches in diameter, and the ground showed no signs of ever being disturbed. The digging had to be done among the roots, which had a large spread. Okay, so whoever these people was and these beings, they literally, you can go look this up. They would put they would grow trees around the mounds to conceal the mounds. No joke. And that's what whenever they found this at this particular time, and they're literally documenting it right here and saying, okay, among the roots with a large spread, and talking about the diameter of the stump, and it's pine, which that's a big one too. There's a lot of pine trees. I've noticed that, and a lot of different oak trees, etc. And it just blows my mind whenever they try to conceal it. And they done this when I found this out, was in Peru. They did the same thing with pyramids and everything. They would try to conceal it from the public. So whenever this happened, and whoever planted the trees, or God himself, in some cases, put the trees up and allow the roots to grow, and over time, I mean, seriously, God can do anything. So the trees might have just, a miracle from God and grew around them in some cases, but there is evidence of man-made factor, because they're aligned in circumference to, it's just the way and there's no trees growing on the mounds, which in some cases there is some trees growing on mounds here in my neck of the woods, but it's because of man's, after they excavated, they stuck trees on top of the mounds for whatever purpose. I have no clue. I think they are trying to conceal it, and they don't have the heart to bulldozer it, so they just put a bunch of trees up, Dan. So go ahead, my friend.
Yeah, and this next one here is 12-foot human. This is in Canada. A 12-foot human body unearthed. So this was by actually a police officer, a patrolman, made this startling discovery while working in his garden. So I guess the legs itself, is over here. It says the legs are great length, measuring approximately 6 feet. So if the legs itself are 6 feet, could you imagine what the rest of this is? And from the thigh to the sole of the huge feet, even the fingernails are still in place, and the ribs are bones plainly discriminable through this, what does that say? Tightly drawn parchment-like skin, and the features are well preserved, and the nose is small and rather broad, and protruding from the mouth are the large teeth, and the hair is on his head is black, is rather like a sont, and among these reviewed a body or utterly had been excavated by the afternoon. So yeah, he said the leg bones alone were 6 feet. So yeah, this thing had to be good 12 feet tall. I mean, I imagine, right? If the legs are 6 feet, that's
massive.
Yeah.
Well, it's interesting. The last part that you couldn't read, I can barely read it myself, if I'm not mistaken. It talks about, as yet, no theory is offered to account either for the size of the body or for the location where it was found. That's weird. That's toward the end. That's in the last sentence of the.
Well, they probably did that so people don't go digging up this guy's yacht or something.
Exactly. Just to keep it.
Yeah.
Keep the fire from getting out.
Kind of maintain it. Like his whole yard's dug up.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's nuts, man.
It is nuts, Dan.
And this other one here, a giant unearthed at Bowling Green, measures 9 feet in length. So a skeleton of a prehistoric giant was exhumed near Bowling Green. I don't know where that is, but anyway, yesterday of colored labor. Yeah, that's crazy.
There's a Bowling Green in Kentucky. I think it might be referring to that.
Okay,
if I'm not
probably,
mistaken.
yeah. And the skeleton, when placed together, it was was in life measures nearly 9 feet in length. So the skull measures almost 12 inches. Yeah, so this is a big thing here. I know it's one of a prehistoric skeleton, prehistoric age being brought in the land of Noble, Indiana, I think that is, and the bones of the skeleton indicate that the person was fully 9 feet tall. The bones are unusually large, so I'm just going to skim through some of these here and just show you the. Yeah, right here, another 9 foot one found in Indiana. And over here, skeleton of an 8 foot man dug up in Everett, Minnesota, and sent to St. Louis scientists. And a huge, large skeleton was dug up on the farm of a county commissioner in the town of Everett, Minnesota last week, and some of the bones have crumbled to dust. It's funny, huh? Remember the other one said the same thing?
Yeah, and it's baffling my mind. If you look at the dates too, I want to bring everybody in the audience too. If you keep looking at the dates and refer back to the dates, just check them out. 1880, 1864, 1876, 1894. Just check it out. So Dan's going to present later on with Abraham Lincoln. That's 1848. It's a baffling. After he said that speech, it seems like there was all out of Indiana Jones adventure after that. You see what I'm saying? If you look at the dating, it just seems like it was an all out drive to get an archaeology. Whoever was going to win the race, so to speak. It just seems like that's what it seems like to me, Dan. That's just what that's just my perspective. So,
yeah, this is crazy.
I like how they too. They'll I can barely read it, but the Providence Evening Press Thursday, the one right below it. She was reading. Well, I think it's in the same one. Thursday, September 13, 1883. It talks about must have been Goliath. So could you imagine back in 1883? People were like, "What do you mean, Goliath in the Bible?" You know what I'm saying? And people would really believe it because they would like, "Oh yeah, we do know the Bible." And we know what Goliath is in the Bible. Now, if you bring that to it, what do you mean, Goliath? What? And they would think like Godzilla or something like that they've seen on a movie narrative or something like that. I mean, it's really kind of just tripping me out. But back in the day, they would all, oh yeah, it must have been, that's the old biblical. Yeah, we know about the giants. Now, just don't worry about it. That doesn't exist anymore. You know what I mean? That stuff don't bother me. That never happened. God didn't make no giants. That's what you hear around here.
Yep.
That's what you hear. God didn't make no giants. He only made humans. And see, but then when you tell them about the narrative of the angels can't do that. They wouldn't do that. The government wouldn't do that. Smithsonian wouldn't do that. I mean, it's just always default. You'll go back to whatever they feel like that they try to rationalize it. They don't even not even ration. I don't even know the perfect word to use on this, but they just try to go back to this default level of understanding. They're like, well, I don't understand it, so I'm just going to say that. Oh, that don't exist. This don't exist. And then, your ancestors was pulling them out left and right back in the 1800s and couldn't plow their land because they was going over finger bones. It was tearing up the tractors.
This one was 12 feet too. Reading through the article, this one was 12 feet. The Providence Evening Press there.
Sure.
And the other one over here, unearthed skeleton of a giant, the one to the left here. Mm-hmm. And this was 9 feet in height, they say. So bones of a supposed mound, again, a mound, supposed mound on those man 8 or 9 feet tall. And the article ended up saying 9 feet, whatever. Well, yeah, it's crazy, man. And over here, skeleton found Oakland, California, December 3rd, and I can't read that date, the rest of it there. But skeleton believed that the Indian chief discovered by a working man on guard and digging gravel, whatever the case, and about half a mile down, whatever the case. Let me just get to the point. Declares a form at the point. And it's evident that the skeleton of that man is at least 8 feet tall. So another 8 foot found in California. Over to the right here, giant skeleton unearthed, prehistoric graveyard discovered on Indiana farm. So it'd be funny if it's John's house.
Yeah.
It'd be funny about
Well, no, well, send the press,
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. But no, it's real funny that article that on the left where it says skeleton giant found.
Yep.
So in my journeys, just traveling around, it's funny they'll call them the Indian chief. I just did I went to a site. Me and Joshua did the Great Chieftain, the Indian chieftain, but they do not disclose how big the Indian chief or whoever they was. Like they spin it and say it's a den, which I don't discredit that. It probably is, or whatever. But I don't want to ever put down the Indian culture. That's not the point. The Indians existed. All that existed. It's the point that the stuff prior that predates. And even the Indians agree. They'll say this stuff was here before us.
Yep.
And what's baffling, I've been in Tennessee not too long ago. Random place. They said the exact same thing. They pulled a body in a coffin, like a sarcophagus, and it was an Indian chief. What was so baffling about it is the location. And then I started looking around. There was mounds and everything. And then same narrative. And that was in Tennessee. And I'm not really buying it because there was Indians. You talked about this on on the channel before I even come along. About the Indians with the 6 fingers, and they would be like, how, how you get you get a little, man, if you had 5 or 6 fingers, you've been a bad day. You know what I'm saying? But, it's just interesting if that's just a narrative that somebody spinned just to cover it up, or if that's legitly an 8-foot tall chieftain. I just want to point that out because I have noticed that, and they'll be set to a higher status. They'll be buried, but it's like a sarcophagus. It's weird, Dan. It's crazy, man. Because they're higher stature, social stature. It's just wild stuff, Dan.
Yeah. And so the next one over here was found in more than 8 feet tall, the giant skeleton on Earth, 8 feet tall, and the find was made of a mound of 30 feet high. And when the 12 feet of the mound had been removed, the skeletons were exposed. So the jaws and teeth were very well preserved. Trinkets, ivory beads, and shields made bones were in the grave. So, yeah, crazy stuff. And another one here, giant in Greenland. There was Philadelphia, December 18th, doesn't say the year. Let's see.
It was okay, I got it. Visit the Eskimos. Just talking about the race of remarkable giants.
Yep.
And I'm just trying to help you out, Dan, because I got it zoomed in really like 200%.
Oh, wow.
There are people. Yeah, no, it's fine. I think it looks fine on your screen, but on mine, I'm always having to blow mine up. Okay, so it literally goes on. Features a resembling of the. See, here's what it says. Here's one to point out, everybody in the audience.
7-8 feet high, even 9 feet tall.
Yeah, they said even okay. And then it goes in the features. They resemble the American Indians. See, in features, they resemble the American Indians. These strange people, said Captain Jensen, represent to the Eskimos a traditional, or almost legendary tribe of giants. Come on. Stories of which they have handed down to them until they regarded the race as mythical. They cannot speak the language of the Eskimos. That's what it says. And can only make known by signs that they have been driven from their homes and inferior by great storms and cold weather. You feel me? And earlier in the broadcast, I was talking about people, these giants, and in the fetal position in some of these caves and stuff. And I wonder if they were froze to death in some cases. I think the Indians, literally from some of the stuff I read, that they would close the caves and burn them out. Like I've heard they would smoke. I read some documents where they would suffocate them out with smoke and everything because, they would literally take they was taking the flock of their family. It was crazy, man. So and I think this article is wild. It says these strange people, and then it says, it's kind of interesting. The features resembling the American Indians. It just baffles my mind, man. It baffles my mind. I can't wait. Do you want? Can I skip down to the petrified giant one?
Oh, one to the left, real quick here.
Yeah,
this
go
was
ahead,
Walnut Grove, and I think this is Chicago. The Chicago Herald report, anyway. But they found a huge skull that was twice the size at least of a normal skull.
Mhm.
And would you say the
Oh.
the petrified giant? Go ahead.
Yeah, the Petrified Giant. So this is kind of up my alley. I've done on my Visual Disturbance channel, and if you haven't subscribed to the Dan Bidondi Show, Spiritual Warfare Friday, please do. We appreciate it, and hit that like button.
Mhm.
And then also, if you don't mind to hit the subscribe button for Visual Disturbance, I really would appreciate that.
And also,
But I did go ahead, Dan.
I'm sorry. Like we like to only mention it once, but we do got a donation page, guys, and it's in the chat room. It says donate to help support our ministry, and it supports any kind of card. You know, it doesn't matter what you have, like a ATM, debit, whatever, credit card. It supports anything. So any donation to this ministry is great because it helps pay for the streaming service when we do our Rumble shows, helps pay for the rent here at the studio and the equipment that both of us need and everything else. So it goes a long way. And best thing to do for us is pray for us. Beyond anything is prayers. So we just wanted to make mention of that. And yeah, sorry, Brian.
No, you're fine, Dan. Yeah, just and then go check out Visual Disturbance because on my YouTube channel I have. Thank you, Dan. I have. I've talked about the Stonish, because you don't really hear about many women giants.
Yep.
I did the Stonish woman. I did like a 15-minute show on that, and this one was so interesting. I literally just the other day, Dan, no joke, I went to a location, and I was baffled. I'm going to do a show on it here soon. I don't even have a title for it yet, but literally it's going to go along with this Petrified Giant news article here, this clipping. Okay, so Petrified Giant from the San Francisco Examiner. Victoria, British Columbia. August the 5th. What is it?
In Canada, yeah.
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 No, you're fine. August the 5th, the body of a petrified giant has been found by two farmers who were sinking a well. That's what it says. Who were sinking a well 10 miles from town. Its appearance closely resembles that of a human being. Here we go. The head has an appearance of having been scalped. There you go. The material is that is hard as flint, and the arms and legs are broken short off. I can get into that here in a minute. The veins, I think it's the veins. The veins in the ribs are plainly traced. A party has gone out for the legs and arms and hands, which lie in a hole. The men, when alive, must have been about 13 feet in height. So
Sounds
get
like
this,
the
Dan.
Native Americans had a little battle with this giant there.
Here's one that baffles me. How do you petrify something, right, with a lot of heat? Like I've always asked, how do you petrify wood? And there's all kinds of explanations. I've heard all kinds of stuff, many theories, many legit scientific analysis. I get it. There's petrified wood, petrified, all kinds of stuff, petrified people, everything. So
I think your video is going
petrified
petrified.
giants about broken leg, huh?
I think your video was just going petrified because you were like frozen.
Oh, did I freeze up? You know what? Every time I talk, it seems like I get real serious. But if I'm laughing in the broadcast and cutting up, it's fine. But if I get real serious on here, it shuts off. But anyways, could you hear me? The audio at least? Yep. Okay, good. Just don't worry about the visual camera disturbance. Just keep listening. So it's interesting. The petrified giant was found here by these two farmers, right? And then when I've looked and found some of the data around my area, they'll have their head severed, or they'll have like javelins, and they'll have arrowheads stuck in them when they laid them into because they had a hard time. Here's where I'm at. They had a hard time getting the giant down. So on this narrative of the petrified giant, here's what I'm gonna throw a theory of mine out. I've looked, and you'll hear about a comet narrative. I'm going to talk about this a little bit on Visual Disturbance. Well, I'm actually a lot, but you'll hear about comets. You'll hear this folklore that the great comets came out of the sky, and it caused a great heat, and it caused the giants, because of their sins, to be petrified. I'm just going to leave it there because I'm going to talk more about it on my Visual Disturbance channel. But this one baffles me because it's published in August the 17th of 1885. It's just mind-boggling to me. I just want your take on it. But I want to hear what you have to say, but it just blows my mind, Dan. So yeah, man. It's crazy. It's just crazy stuff.
They said it's about 4,000 years old, they think.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, that's the one above it. I'm sorry. So,
Oh,
yeah, that's crazy. And right above it, 9-foot skeleton. They think it's about in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I think, and about 4,000 years old. They think it is. One next to it, yeah. Skeleton about over 8 feet tall. This one here. I don't know where that was, but yeah, you're just seeing it like over and over again. Bones of the giant, ancient giants there. Amazing discovery in Oregon is one of the greatest interests of anthropologists. And discovery of bones of human giant in Ellensburg is one of the most interesting anthropological finds made in Northwest, according to L.L. Sharp, chief of the General Land Office. I just returned from Ellensburg, and he said, where I had opportunity to view the bones of an unearthed skull, jawbone, thigh, and other parts of the larger skeleton indicated. And the man in my mind said at least 8 feet tall, and the stature, massive frame, weighed about fully 300 pounds at least. So it's like it sounds like a stout type figure there. Then over here in London, April 3rd, this person was about 10 feet high, it says. The remains appeared, the person about 10 feet high, who's presumed to live in prehistoric ages. Right below 1876, there was an exhumed of the giants, and I think it was saying something Conoridge Valley. And let me see, the giant Indian stood, they're saying it's Indian, stood 9 foot high, and a shin bone 38 inches. The foot was 14 inches. I got a size 13, so that's 14, and it's like, especially back then, that'd be big, So, yeah, that's crazy, man. Right below that, giants of prehistoric France. So in a prehistoric cemetery recently uncovered in Montpellier, France, the workmen were excavating waterworks reservoir. Human skulls were found measuring 28, 31, and 32 inches in circumference. That's huge. And the bones were found with the skulls also of gigantic proportions, and these relic. I think that says where the relics were found in Paris Academy, and they learned it's located about from where it belonged to. So basically, they're saying these skeletons were between 10 and 15 feet in height. I guess they excavated the land to make a reservoir or something, and they dug up all these bodies, remains of bones, 10 to 15 feet in height. And this one in Los Angeles on February 10th, and what year is that? Let me see if it's this was 1902. Archaeologists to send expedition to explore graveyards in New Mexico where bodies were unearthed. And it was about 200 miles southeast Las Vegas. I'm just trying to get to the point of the article here. And the frame was like, so basically right here, shallow excavations and the bones of a frame that could not have been at least 12 feet high in length. So the men opened the grave and say that the forearm was 4 feet. Wow. So the 4 feet. Yeah, his forearm, okay, forearm was 4 feet long. That's huge. And I guess it talks about skeletons were found, and the giants were found here, and I suppose, I'm just trying to skim through that, guys, sorry.
You talking about the cave in Mexico?
Yeah, giant skeletons found in New Mexico. So we already seen the one in Mexico, right? And this one here is in New Mexico. So literally right over the border. And back then, New Mexico, actually before that, I'm sorry, before this country was founded, that was part of Mexico. That's why they call it New Mexico, because it became part of the United States territory, so they called it New Mexico. That's what they named the state. But yeah, the first one was Mexico, and this one's in New Mexico. So these were 12 feet people, at least. Just like matches the other article too, because remember the cave with the 200?
Yeah.
They were at least 11 feet high, and these guys are 12 feet. So that's right about, the same thing. Checked out in South Africa, though. Berkeley, California. South Africa has unearthed bones of another ape man, and they call it ape man. And they said it must have stood of 9 feet tall. That's a big ape for 9 feet. It's crazy, but yeah, they unearthed remains of 9 feet tall. And giant skeleton. This is a cave in Mexico. This we already talked about that. And I can't read that one. And so, yeah. There's other articles if you want to know. Is this the same one? Or is it different ones?
I think there were some duplicates on there, Dan.
Yeah. Yep. The May 3rd. Yeah, that's a duplicate here.
I mean, if you want to switch gears and go to like the Lincoln narrative with the Niagara Falls, I mean, it's whatever you would like to do. But yeah, everybody hang on.
Get the point, yeah, because I'm going to scroll through these real quick. Like, that's the articles. Yeah, and there's thousands and thousands and thousands of these articles all over the place. And before we get to that, I just want to go through quick. If you want to go through the other cultures, that talk about this. Let's get into the list of them here. Just give me a second here. So yeah, that Niagara Falls things. That's definitely
that one.
Here we go.
The Niagara Falls narrative alone. I know you got the slide, Dan, but I'll just give you my 2 cents on it. I really do think there's a correlation between from the Niagara Falls to somewhere in California, and it stretches across pretty much. I mean, that covers a big chunk of America. I've looked at the cave systems and everything, and looked at it trying to look at it from above ground or above view, a so-called satellite view, and I see it. It goes straight through the Michigan, the copper mines, which we mentioned we mentioned Michigan in this broadcast in that one article. And it's something about, you hear about the Golden Gate Bridge and all that stuff, and there's this mystical. Go ahead, Dan.
No, you made a slide and it's the article on the slide. So why don't you read that before you move on? Because I know you took the time to make the slide, so I might as well read it.
Oh yeah.
I apologize. I missed it here. It's giant skeletons found in a cave, April 27th.
Yeah, pop the slide up there, Dan.
Go ahead. Yep.
You want me to read the article for the giant skeletons found in the cave? Sweet. Yeah, this one, I can read this one. Praise God. So, giant skeletons found in a cave, and it's in Rome. April the 27th. Legal proceedings are in the progress over some grottos near the Mediterranean coast, not far from Nice, which are remarkably for the prehistoric remains found in them. At the present, 3 skeletons found that are figuring the law courts. That's what it says. One is that a man who estimated height was 7 feet 9 inches. The head of the skeleton is missing. Imagine that. Y'all have heard me talk about it when they had to, even the biblical narrative with Goliath. It tells you a story how to get rid. That you have to sever the head of these beings. They found, David understood it in the Bible, and that was telling a story, literally telling you this is how you do it. And I just wanted to point that out. It's kind of interesting. Another is a skeleton of a woman, 6 feet 3 inches tall, and the third that of a youth. These added in the previous discoveries made 7 skeletons of prehistoric people unearthed up to the present time in the caves. The Italian government has not attempted to exercise any rights in the matter. Revere discovered the skeletons of 1 man and 2 children, which were some 29 feet below the surface of the caves and were surrounded by undoubtful Paleolithic implements bedded in the compact limestone. The caves have already been proven the richest in prehistoric remains yet known, and the pending proceedings are consistently very interesting. So yeah, this was in New Zealand Herald in May of 19, or excuse me. Yeah, that was in 1992. No, that was in 1892. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. And,
crazy stuff, Dan.
And before we get to the Lincoln thing here, I just want to point out, because history is a big part of this. So, and outside American, you can actually go through the Nordic myths. And they talk about Jotun with great giants. And that's what the name of in Scandinavia. First men of creation were as big as mountains. German myths permanently preoccupy the giants of the myths of the Germanic tribes. So you got the Goths talked about them, the Celtic legends, Ireland, British legends, Agog and Magog and all that stuff, the giant god and all that. And Claudius Aurelius, which is Atlantis, men twice as tall as the common man. Greek legends like the Titans. We heard, it's weird how the schools teach Greek mythology. They always it's like, why do they do that? If it's just mythology, why do you have an entire course on Greek mythology? So, because we know there's nothing mythology at all except for the point they were gods. So, yeah, the Greeks, also Sicily, which is Italy, Chad, the Chad regions of black giants of smooth hair, and check out the Sicily too, who are giant who warred with Zeus. And Chaldea, the Izubar were giants, and Babylonians. The ancient Babylonian was founded by giants saved from deluge. Because we talk about, we believe Lucifer was a Nephilim. When the Bible talks about Lucifer, he tried to ascend to heaven and he was cast down. And David Carrico believes he was a huge giant. How big was he? David believes
he was like a titan. Like,
yeah.
If I'm not, forgive me, Dave, if you're listening. I remember, but my mind is slipping. I think it was either 300 and something feet or maybe 400. It was up there. It was a massive titan. Forgive me, David, if you're watching. So, yeah.
And check that
pretty
out,
wild
right?
Stuff.
Double rows of teeth, which we're going to show an article later with the Brighteon Channel one. But a lot of these had double rows of teeth. Both hands had 6 fingers on each hand, 6 toes on each foot. So that's a common thing too. But the Titans were said to be hundreds of feet tall, and it sounds ridiculous, but it's not. It really isn't. And that would explain how a Tower of Babel, imagine the tower being built by them. One level to us would be like inch to them. You know what I mean? So one level to their level would be probably hundreds of feet to us. You know what I mean? So put that in perspective. So imagine building a skyscraper in their setting. You know what I mean? It's like, in other words, the way we make our scale, their scale would be a lot higher. So one story, floor to them would probably be 3 or 4 compared to us. So imagine that. And they measure things by cubits, and you got to remember, a cubit today measures 1.5 feet, right? That's a universal metrics and standards. But back then they didn't have that. So a cubit would be whatever your arm is. So your elbow to your fingertip, that's a cubit. So obviously my cubit's got to be bigger than a child's, and probably Brian's. You know what I mean? And so, I'm not saying Brian's the size of a child. I'm just saying, in general, everybody's cubit's different. It's not exactly.
I didn't take offense to it, Diane.
So could you imagine one of these guys' cubits? Yeah. So put that into perspective. So when this Tower of Babel was built, this thing must have been, I couldn't even imagine, literally into the clouds. Literally, and so if you have these Nephilim building this Tower of Babel, because remember too, it's not a contradiction, because the Bible says there were giants on the earth in those days and also after that. So it specifies there was giants on the earth before the flood and after the flood too. And that's why, during the biblical times, Joshua and God's generals, they were instructed to go kill off cities of people. But the thing is, these were giants. They were Nephilim, remains the remnant of the Nephilim, and however they started populating again. So they were, going on a course to try to corrupt the bloodline again, but God instructed his people, go destroy them, because they're going to destroy the earth like they did before the flood. So, so there's a lot of historical stuff that's involved in here. So, and you got the Apocrypha of Baruch, the book of Baruch talks about these 4 million giants before the flood. Indian myths and legends, like I'm Native American on my mother's side, me and my brother, and all the Native Americans and historic tribes and all that talk about giants. Tibet, giants played a part in mythology of Tibet. Thai traditions, the earliest men were colossal size, and that's Australian Pacific coast. And you got Australia, they talk about the giants too. New Zealand, New Guinea, Eskimos, and the Montagues Indians, and the United States. We just showed you tons of stuff from the United States. So you got Maya, Aztecs, China, all these ancient countries all talk about giants. Peru, Brazil, anywhere you go, they talk about these giants. So if you're a Bible skeptic, you know what? All right, so take the Bible out of the equation for a minute. Well, it's not a coincidence that every ancient culture, every single one of them, talk about giants. And how is this possible? How is it possible? How could they make something like this up? These cultures had no communication with each other. And heck, just 100 years ago, to communicate to a friend in another state, there was a process. You know what I mean? So imagine across the world, how do these people all have the same stories? Talk about the same flood. Of course, they have different names for these things, but they talk about the flood and they talk about the giants. How is that possible if this was just myth and legend and folklore? No, I'll tell you what myth and legend and folklore is. What real myth and legend is called evolution. And that's the garbage they're teaching us today. You know, so today they say, oh, bigger, smarter, stronger. No, we are not. Not even close. Not even close. And they want you to think that. So you think all this stuff, that's just legend. Don't worry. Don't pay attention to it, Dan. No, I'm going to pay attention to it because, number one, the Bible says that it was real. That alone, I don't need anything after that. That alone, the Bible says real. That should be good enough for anybody. However, if you want to prove the Bible right, you prove it through history. You prove it through prophecy, right? That's what the Bible is. It's a testament of those days and the days to come. That's what the Bible is. It's a history book of the past and the future to come. So
absolutely.
You use that in historical tense and all that. We could. Here's the thing: no other doctrine in the world could do this. None. I could pull up articles. I could pull up historical events, right? Real historical records to prove everything in this Bible. And I could show you. All you have to do is turn the news on tomorrow to show the prophecies coming true. Nobody could ever say that anything else. So, yes, the Bible's true. So God knows better than Darwin. God knows better than the blokes who run your universities and all that to teach you this garbage of evolution and all that stuff. So God knows better. So yes, giants are real, very real, and the Bible says so, and every ancient culture says so. So you can't escape the Bible. You can't escape ancient history. It's facts. That's what science is. It's facts that something you could observe and demonstrate. We observed it. We demonstrated it. You can't observe and demonstrate evolution. Oh, the fossils. No, the fossils don't prove nothing. And they manipulate that too. It's crazy, but yeah, just like it really irritates me when people sit there and try to the thing is too, they'll act educated, like that guy Zappa said. This guy talked about the education system, and they make you proudly ignorant. So they'll look down at you. I got a degree from Harvard. You're nothing. You just graduated high school. You don't know nothing. I know better than you. Look at my doctrines on the wall. Say, yeah, those mean nothing. How do you escape all the history? You don't.
Yeah. Real quick too. So here's my tie-in too. Is did they get rid of them? Are they extinct? Giants in the earth in those days also after the flood. So are they extinct? I'm 100% convinced they're not. They're just laying dormant. They're either, because that's why I mentioned it before. That's why they're shutting off there are all these cave systems and stuff. That's why I'll just tell you this. That's why Mammoth Cave, all these national parks, these cave systems. But look, everybody. It's a front. It's a front. They want you to get amused by it. They want you to pay for your pay for a tour or whatever. It's a front. It's to keep you hush. Don't go too far in the woods. Don't go here. Don't go observing anything. We need to keep this hush. We need to keep this hush. Don't worry about it. So pay this tour person to teach you a little bit of folklore and fairy tales, and then before you know it, you believe everything that's being told to you, and you literally don't perceive the world like the Bible says it. You start perceiving how the world of like what man wants you to see it. Your perception is what man is telling you the way the world is, and it blows my mind. It gets me fired up too, man.
Yeah,
and like the whole narrative So all right. So for example, factual information. So in the 1800s, they was hunting down the satyrs and all that, and the satyrs and the little elf people and all these different things. There's documents of giants being hunted down. I mean, what the heck happened? I mean, you got pterodactyls being shot down in the late 1800s, according to the ranchers in Wisconsin. I mean, what's going on here? So if you look and fast forward to the days of a 2023 narrative, and you see all the abduction narrative, all the Bigfoot, Sasquatch, people getting taken in the Colorado. I don't know if anybody knows about that, Dan. I remember mentioning on this broadcast, I think it was in March of 2021, there was people missing in a Colorado caves, and the military Cummins, tied it all down and made it literally nobody can trespass on this site. You're not authorized to be here because they said the narrative there's people going missing, all this stuff. I mean, come on. They said there was giant bears taking people. I don't buy it. It's all crazy. So people are in the chat are talking about the Kandahar giant. I did a show on the Kandahar giant. In my opinion, I think the Kandahar giant just appeared. I think it was literally a gate or something.
Well, this talks about it too. Yeah, it says redhead giants, and they're like the shorter versions of the giants, the smaller known giants, and 6 fingers and 6 toes. And if you go down a little more here, where is it? Past it. Yeah, the larger giants were 16 to 26 feet tall, and the super large giants up to 36 feet tall. So it sounds ridiculous, crazy. Well, none of it's ridiculous, crazy. This is real stuff. But the Kandahar giant, the redhead giant, which was a big giant, and they said it has 6 fingers and 6 toes on each foot and hand. So yeah, we talked about it on one of the giant shows we did too, the Kandahar giant, and I know you did a whole show on that.
Yeah,
which was a giant found in the Middle East by the military, United States military.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think it's all. I think they literally know and they're monitoring. I think NASA is literally monitoring these gateway portals, and I think they're just like literally collecting the data and waiting. And this what baffles me. The Indians knew how to do this, Dan. They knew how to go these places and say, "Let's wait," and that's why you see all over the place. That's why you say all over the place. That's why you see all the. We've talked about this on this channel. The petroglyphs, hieroglyphics. That's why they have the depictions of kids and like children and men and women are carving on the walls that there's giant people are taking people through a gate. Come on now. And it's just like, it baffles my mind. It's like, okay, so we just discredit that and say it doesn't matter anymore. And that's why they literally have infiltrated all the national parks and everything and locked everything down to a way to where you can't access certain parts because they know what's going to happen. And that's why you have these missing people going up. I mean, it's crazy, Dan. I don't know, man. It's just, you can prove it by data, but it is a theory of mine. But, it's a big rabbit hole to go down. But when it comes to the missing people stuff.
Next one, I got that link from the third on the email. The third link says Lincoln at Niagara Falls.
Oh, yeah.
So I got that ready. And also, so you're on the same page, that ready. And also that slide.
Yeah, pop the slide up there, man. Yeah, you can probably. I think the print is a little bit smaller, but I can pretty much talk about the Lincoln speech. But if you want to read it, and I can just
Abraham Lincoln's
chime in.
1848 speech at Niagara Falls. So basically, where it's going at. So it says Lincoln. He was campaigning for the Whig presidential candidate Zachary Taylor in Massachusetts. So I guess it was after Lincoln's time, and he was trying to help Zachary Taylor in Massachusetts. So I guess he endorsed him, whatever the case. But this is Lincoln at Niagara Falls. Let me blow this up a little bit. So in autumn of 1848, the Abraham Lincoln campaigned for Whig presidential candidate. That was the Whig party. Presidential candidate Zachary Taylor in Massachusetts. On the way home to Illinois, he visited Niagara Falls and found a sight so impressive that he started writing about it. His unfinished meditation on the falls probably dates from the end of September there. So, this is what he says, right? And it calls up an indefinite past. When Columbus first saw this continent, when Christ suffered on the cross. It's kind of funny. They always leave that out. Every time you talk about the old founding fathers and all that, yeah, they, today's history, they just kindly delete anything to do with God. Yeah. It was all about God, So anyway, he says, when Christ suffered on the cross, when Moses led Israel through the Red Sea, nay, even when Adam first came from the hand of his maker, then as now, Niagara was roaring here. This is Niagara Falls he's talking about, right? This is a picture that was drawn from Niagara Falls, right? The eyes of that species of extinct giants whose bones fill the mounds of America, the mounds, right, have gazed on Niagara as ours do now. And so temporary with the whole race of men, and older than the first man, Niagara is strong and fresh today as 10,000 years ago. The mammoth and mastodon, now so long dead, that fragments of their monstrous bones alone testify that they ever lived, have gazed upon Niagara. So I was talking about the megalodons and the monstrous men too, mammoths, mastodon, I'm sorry, not megalodon, mammoth and mastodon and giants that once lived in this area.
Absolutely, Dan.
I gotta take a trip out there sometime.
And he literally, I'll let me know. But the mysterious Niagara Falls, I did a show on this one too about the portal. But if there's a portal there, you see all kinds of stuff up the East Coast. You'll hear about all kinds of stories with the Indian narrative. They'll say there's these giant people come out of the water, the great waters. You talk about the Thunderbird narrative. You talk about the water panthers, the horned serpents. They talk about these spirals that come out of craziness. They say it's the signs that the great Thunderbird is communicating with them. And it's insane, Dan.
Yeah.
And and then the mysterious wonders of Niagara Falls. And that's the many wonders. It's the many wonders. It's a small, wondrous place compared to what this world is. I think that's what, I'm kind of paraphrasing what Abraham Lincoln was saying, but it's kind of like one of those marvelous mysteries of the world, but it's a small part of a big puzzle, so to speak. I'm just paraphrasing, but of the whole world, but Niagara Falls, for it to be in America, is a hot zone, in my opinion. And the Allegheny, I think it's called Allegheny River and all that. When they said there was great, large reptile people coming out of the water, and then a large men coming out of the water, you just can't make this stuff up. Oh yeah, real nidbit, Dan, I hope you don't mind. FOJC Sunday Night Live, I'll be doing a David Carrico has been kind enough to allow me to go back on FOJC Sunday Night Live, and we're going to be doing a special. It's going to be Sunday night, 9 p.m. Eastern time, and I'm looking really forward to it. Snake Cult of the Hollow Earth. That's what the title's going to be. And we're going to be talking about reptilians and the Hopi prophecy and stuff. And I'm going to be tying in a lot of stuff with that. And it's going to be a really killer show. So, or killer program. Forgive me, Donna. I know you're probably watching. It's going to be a program. So, if y'all want to, I don't have a link or anything yet. We will have it tomorrow, but just check it out. I'm going to be on there with Brett Graham. So,
that's really awesome.
Yeah. But anyways, yeah, so when you have all this data and you're talking about gates and portals and all this stuff, and this Niagara Falls with good old Abraham Lincoln, he was telling the public a narrative. He was telling people the truth. The mounds where the extinct giants reside. And then, like I mentioned earlier, about 20, 30 minutes ago, all the articles that me and Dan was presenting, they was in the late 1800s, mid 1800s, right after the speech. They went on a big old archaeology find to try to find all these mounds and all these giants. So to cover up, and then you get the Smithsonian and all that. It's baffling. It's mind-boggling. Go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, man. And I want to emphasize that one more time here. Yeah, again, he says, the eyes of the species of extinct giants whose bones fill the mounds of America have gazed upon Niagara. So, yeah, now this is coming from the former president of the United States of America. And it's kind of interesting. I like to do a lot of research and do a show on Abraham Lincoln, because Abraham Lincoln was into a lot of crazy stuff, okay? Paranormal stuff and everything else. So the man was very awake on stuff. You know what I mean? And he was very awake on stuff, and he knew the Bible very well, knew about this stuff very well. And some people say he was into hunting like vampires too. They made a movie on that too. I gotta find the truth of that, but I wouldn't.
The vampire. Yeah. I remember that narrative. People in the chat. Jesus on me, Brian Gilbo. It's gonna be Sunday, the February 13th.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mention it when I wasn't specific. February the 13th is Sunday, 9 p.m. Eastern time. But anyways, yeah, Dan, the Vampire Slayer. I think that's what it's called. Abraham Lincoln, the Vampire Slayer. That's came out years ago. I mean, it's been a while.
Yeah.
And there was a big old thing about that. And, I mean, it is what it is. I mean, look, we're not trying to put him down or any shape or form. We're just looking at all aspects here. Like this speech, I mean, come on. And he's literally saying, boom, mounds, ancient giants. And then this is what I'm saying. When you go into just alone, you go up into it boggles my brain. take this data and say, this is what the President of the United States said back in 1848, go into a church body. That doesn't exist. Well, what do you mean? It's right here. It's a speech. No. There's no such thing. What do you, and it's just, and and it is what it is. You can't, you just can't do it. You just can't, I don't know. It's sad. But anyways, I just pray for these people, but yeah.
Yeah, and this was also a fragment of the Niagara Falls speech. Yeah, I'm not going to read the whole thing, but yeah, he talks about where his trip basically for the campaign and everything else. But again, talks about the giants and the mounds and everything. So it's just amazing.
Real quick,
really yep.
Real quick, Dan. I said the 13th. I can't get it together, guys. I'm a little exhausted, so forgive me. The 12th. Thank you for everybody. Thank you, Uncle Obvious, for correcting me. The 12th, February the 12th, this Sunday, 9 p.m. Eastern Time. Forgive me, everybody, but I hope to see you all there. Yeah, bless you all.
Radio. And if you want the website, guys, FOJCRadio.com. The links are in everything we talk about. Basically, all the links are in the description. So please check them out, especially the Hot Topics page. Awesome stuff. We got to get David back on again. If I had my way, I'd have David on all the time, but he's a busy man.
Absolutely.
It's funny how
go ahead, Dan.
Bless his little heart.
Yeah.
I told a guy that today. I was arguing with this guy who was an atheist, and he was trying to say it was something about I forget what we talk about, man. It's one of the forums, one of the many forums I'm in, and he was saying something opposite. I'm like, you know what? Bless your little heart. How's that, son? Yeah, it was about the Holy Spirit. That's what it was. And he was trying to say that you should have a doctrine and degrees and all that in the Bible before you preach it. And I'm like, well, none of the apostles had them. None of the prophets did. And I'm like, you know what? Bless your little heart. You keep your doctrines. I'll keep Jesus. I'll keep the Holy Spirit. So I pulled a page out of David Carrico's hat there. So this to finish up on this, again, this is the President of the United States of America acknowledging, there were giants, and of course, back then these are very well educated men, and you got to remember half these guys from Lincoln all the way back to Jefferson. By the time Thomas Jefferson was 30 years old, he was an inventor, a politician, military man. He was a publisher too, I think too. Same thing with George Washington. All these guys, they were multiple things. Like, basically, by the time you're 30 years old, you're just getting going with life. You had maybe 1 or 2 jobs, all that stuff. These guys had multiple things back then under the hat already. Still more to go. That's why when I was younger in school, I actually studied this. I did biographies on these guys, and I'm like, wow. That's why I ventured around, learning all these different jobs and everything. I had like 40-something jobs at least in my life with different careers, and always venturing into something new to learn and move on. Just like they did, because it's amazing. Like, because again, most people have 1 or 2 careers, and that's it for the rest of their lives, But Absolutely. To venture on to all the stuff and all the knowledge I have compassed, and these guys did this normally. It was amazing. By the time they're 30 years old, they've lived 5 lifetimes compared to us today. Amazing stuff, really is.
Makes you wonder, doesn't it, Dan?
Yeah, they were very smart. Biblically, anything to do with history, stuff like this, this was common knowledge then.
Absolutely.
So today, I mean, look at us. We're in the 40s, me and Brian. This was common knowledge to a young, probably a young teenager back then. Who knows, But this is amazing stuff. It really is. And we need to bring people back this way to know this kind of stuff and to question the status quo and shoot the status quo down when they come up with lies.
Yeah, when you come down, Dan, we might have to go on a live stream on Spiritual Warfare Friday. We might have to do a live stream show, and go on an adventure together. That'd be kind of interesting. We can do a live stream and just talk to everybody in the chat and interact on somewhere in Kentucky or Indiana. What do you think, Dan? That'd be cool, wouldn't it? I think everybody would enjoy that. We can go to a mound or something. That'd be neat. So just throwing it out there,
I want to put. That'd be cool because I know Josh said we want to go check out a bunch of places.
Yeah, absolutely. I just want to mention it, so just keep an eye out if we do that in April, everybody. Because Dan, me and him are going to meet up, and we're going to if we see a 15-footer run down the street.
Yep.
I don't know. We might sing that. We might pull out the old Milkman song and get us we'll call up one of my old buddies to get a milk truck, and we'll use it as an archaeology Mobile. But anyway, there's a lot of people in the chat saying, get on, Tim Barbarino and Steve Quayle and all these guys. And, wouldn't that be something, because it'd be really cool to get to meet those guys, wouldn't it, Dan? To even be able to get them on here, it'd be really super cool. So I keep monitoring the chat and watching it. That's what everybody's saying. But anyways, continue on, Dan. Yeah. Real quick. There's a lot of newcomers. I've noticed a lot of new names. Subscribe to the channel. We would really appreciate it. It's a blessing. No joke. Thank you all so very much. And then especially my Visual Disturbance channel, there's a lot of cool stuff over there if you want to check it out. But bless you all for being here. I noticed a lot of newcomers. So God bless all you all. And thank you all for showing up on this Nephilim Giants in the News. Hope y'all are enjoying it. And continue on, Dan.
Right, so, we'll talk about Nephilim Giants in the News. So I'm going to bring up some modern day news now. Those are articles from back in the 1900s, 1800s, 1700s. So let's bring up some modern day stuff. So this is really not. This is Cambridge University. Talk about the 4,000-year-old Longsman giant discovered at Shanxi province in China. So this is a publication about that from Cambridge University. That's from the press. So this one here, as soon as all the ads go away, from the actual Smithsonian magazine, right? Why a London museum is removing the skeleton of an Irish giant from view. So it was a huge giant, and I don't remember. 7'7" he was back in 1783. So let me see if I can, there it is right there. You can see through all the ads there. That's a skeleton that was in the museum. So they're just inquisiting why now London is moving this giant way. So, and RNZ News reports that concerns over secret search for a giant's bones near Huntley. And a secretive group excavating a cave they believe is full of a race of pre-Polynesian giants. Skeletons have an iwi, and the archaeologists worried. You know why they're worried about that for? Because if these guys made international news finding these things, it's going to create a worm, it's going to open up Pandora's box. It's going to get this notarized again, and it's going to destroy the evolutionary doctrine. So these guys are tunneling into these caves to dig up this stuff. And this one here from Newsweek magazine, Tomb Savers 2, giants, so Tomb Savers, 2 giants found in ancient graveyard could have been bodyguards. So they're questioning what these giants were, but they said that more than 3,000 years ago, they could have been guardians of an ancient graveyard. They think it's from the Bronze Age. Giants were found over the necropolis of Monte Prama and Cambris, a small town of western parts of the island of Sardinia, dated between the 11th and 8th century BC. These giants, they had like human shape and everything else. So that's some of the discovery. So you got publications acknowledging this stuff. It's crazy, right? Then you got independent news media, right? It says skeletons of 5,000-year-old Chinese giants discovered by archaeologists. There's a picture over there. I know these ain't Photoshop, but we understand there are Photoshops absolutely of giant bones and people standing next to them, but this is from an actual mainstream publication, The Independent. This is a UK newspaper. And the people have sought unusually tall and strong. So these are huge giants. And then 1.8 meters tall, or estimated to have been 1.9 meters. I don't know what that is in feet. So if you do the calculation, I think that's whatever that is in feet. And you got Discovery, right? Israel 365 News. An Israeli newspaper says discovery of biblical Nephilim remains opens questions over giants' roles in the end of days. Talk about these. I think that's the same discovery right there because it looks like the same grave site. So this is Israeli news talking about the same thing because it looks very similar, almost there. But regardless, they question, questions over giants' roles in the end of days. So we know the giants are coming back. That's what the scripture says and everything else. But they unearthed more than 200 graves, and it was in China. Yeah, it's the same here. Whoops. Yeah, one second. Yeah, it's the same here. It's the same discovery. So Israeli news is talking about that too, and there's many other publications too So we were just trying to show you in the news here that you got even the History Channel does videos on this stuff now. Of course, they'll use it to tantalize you, bring you in. Then at the end of the show, they'll come up with some cockamamie wild idea that's nothing to do with any of this stuff.
Absolutely, Dan. I agree, man. It's I don't understand it. Like I'm going to show you real quick too. This is kind of cool. You remember when we did that flat Earth program and we just showed that map of that was it that Ramses or was it Ramses? I think it's what it was. That map, that flat Earth map. I was going to show something real quick. It's distorted, I think, a little bit, but I will show it. It goes along with the program. I'm trying to find it real quick. I'm trying to find Brazil, and I was going to share it. It's really okay. I'll share it real quick. Let me share my screen, Dan. This goes along with the program tonight, so I want to show. This map was, I think it was 1587, I think it's 1587, or 1597, somewhere in that late 1500s. I'm gonna share the screen here, Dan, and
sure.
I'm gonna show everybody here. So, let me know if y'all can see it. Okay, so we got this map, and I've wrapped it around my Google Earth here, so you gotta love the ball here. But anyways, so if you zoom in, and we're going to go to Brazil. This is these characters here. Yes, it's stretched, and I apologize for that. That's the best it could do when it rendered it. It wraps around the Google Earth ball here. So, but the gigantic. These are literally illustrations and renderings of giants like being here. Okay, so we're looking at the the tip end of South America, right? Like Brazil and all that. So, and then you got Peru and everything like that. You got it's kind of always like this picture where it has the griffin carrying the elephant. But if you go into the transition here, it's all distorted, you all. So I can't do any better than that. So just forgive me for the illustrations. There's nothing I can do. But I wanted to bring it up for the sake of this program. If this is documented, you got sailors and people documenting this data. And there's renderings and illustrations. Our friend Adam, he's a good drawer. Okay, he's like excellent. If he's traveling, which he did come down to Kentucky and was baffled by what was here in Kentucky. If you see all this stuff, he loves to draw 24/7. He's just great at it. He's just been blessed by God with it. God's blessed him. My point is, if you have this on a map, and that's not that long ago, 500, 600 years ago, whatever, 1500s, and this is here, and they're saying that these things inhabit this land. Let's get back with me, because then this even the stuff, this kind of goes along. Like with my research, if the 1800s they was finding them in 1848 when Abraham Lincoln was having his speech, and they in some cases the data that I've looked at, even the archaeologists will say, well, they're dated from 500, like in 1920, 1915. They'll say, well, look, this stuff, these animals, these giants was here, these are probably 800 to 500 years old within the mound. So you start doing the math, there you go. It would set you right up, 1400s, 1500s. It's kind of interesting that this rendering of this map and everything shows you all these different creatures, these different Nephilim beings, and then you have all the Knights of the Templar and all these sailors going around and all this rendering. So if Adam time traveled, back into the past and did a little project, Pegasus narrative, I was kind of piggybacking off of a show on last Friday, but he would go back and say, there's the giants, I'm gonna start drawing them, and you make a map and literally illustrate it and draw it out. I mean, he would be able to do that. It just, it just baffles my mind that this stuff is here. I mean, you got all these creatures. This looks like a giant man coming out of the water, and it just, to me, I just want to show that, Dan, see, kind of give everybody, I know we've referenced this before, but I wanted to show that there's evidence that it wasn't that long ago that these things was being drawn on maps. So what is that, Dan? Come on.
If you want this map, guys, I put the link in the chat room. You can actually go on the website. You can actually order the map and they ship it to your house. It's a big wall-sized map, but you can go on the website. You can zoom on the map. It's amazing, it really is. But I put the link in the chat room for that map. So if you guys want to check it out, actually save it in your phone or something, because it's a very good thing to check out. Yeah, so crazy stuff, man. And one more news piece I want to talk about before we move on here. So basically right in our home area where I was born, Providence, Rhode Island, Providence Journal, about where me and my brother used to live in Central Falls, with the town next to us was Cumberland, Rhode Island. So this was in the news too. So let me get to that. This was a Providence journal, right? This was dated January 20th of 1886. They did a couple of pieces on this. But anyway, they talked about a strange incident occurred in relation to the Nine Men's Misery Grave, which is this here. It's a memorial in Cumberland, Rhode Island. It's a Cumberland Monastery area. It's a memorial to 9 men that were slaughtered by the natives. And it was for a reason at that. The thing that's funny is they glorify these guys as they were some kind of heroes when the natives slaughtered them in retaliation, because what these 9 men did right in our hometown, actually where the place me and my brother lived, right? Literally right on the line of the property, this big rock. These men at the time went and killed innocent women and children here out there in Central Falls. So basically out of retaliation, the warrior men went and tracked these guys down. They found all the way up to Cumberland, ambushed them, and then killed these guys. And the thing is one of the leader of these guys was a giant, because it's right in the Providence Journal. So this place in Cumberland, Rhode Island, was talking about, right? There's 9 men that were killed. They call it 9 Men's Misery. That's the name of it. So a strange incident occurred in relation to the 9 Men's Misery grave. It was either during or shortly after the Revolutionary War. Some Providence gentlemen led, it said, by the Dr. Bone, that went up to this place and dug up the grave. And they had already stretched 3 of the skeletons upon the ground that were discovered. And when the Cumberland people found out what was going on, a huge cry was being raised, and the farmers assembling from all around the region. Cessation of the robbery was compelled anyway, so they were just disturbed that they were digging up the grave. So that's what they're saying. And so basically, long story short, goes on to say that one of the bodies they found, right, and one of the men was identified who was buried, and the skeletons were dug up. Was extraordinary size, right, and the fact that it's having a double set of teeth was recognized as the leader, Benjamin Buckland of Rehoboth, Massachusetts. And now that was the King Philip War. That was pre-revolutionary, so it was before the Revolution, because King Philip War was the first war in America. It's basically when the settlers came here in America, and the natives gave them pieces of land. So the Crown wanted to institute gun control. Literally, the gun control said, we don't want the natives having guns. So imagine that. You're the natives, right, with American Indians. We gave these people land, gave it to them, right? Helped them, how to grow crops and everything else, helped them live. So that king from England says, oh, well, no, you can't have guns. They're like, yeah, who the hell are you to tell me I can't have this is our land. You ain't got to tell us what to do. So our ancestor, me and Jason there, he was known as Sachem Metacomet. It was Grand Chief of the Wampanoag tribe. There's many chiefs, and he had the Grand Chief, was like the governor, And so his name was Sachem Metacomet, and the British called him King Philip. Basically that's why they called it King Philip's War. So he grabbed the surrounding tribes, which was the Pequot, Wampanoag there, Pequots, Narragansetts, and Mohegans. So for these 4 tribes band together to try to overthrow the British. Get the hell out of here. We're done with you people. We gave you land, tried to help you out. Now you want to take our guns. You're going to try to tax us and tell us what to do on our own land? Yeah, right there, So they band together, said, get the hell out of here. So what happened was, the reason why the British won for it, because the Mohegan tribe ended up selling out. They turned their own people. They got bought out by the British, and then they taught the British how to hunt in the woods, kill people in the woods and everything else, and how to survive in that kind of combat warfare. Because remember, these guys, all they did was stood in the middle of the field in battles. The English, all through history, they didn't know jungle warfare. They was head on, that's it. This is in the middle of the woods, man. So they were getting their butts slaughtered big time. So the Mohegans end up selling their own Indian people out. So that's how the British end up winning. And they just kept sending men over and over again, whatever. But that's what the King Philip War was. And that's definitely way pre-revolution. But anyway, one of the leaders of the tribe, we talk about, Benjamin Buckland. This is what his name is. And he was like massive size. And the remarkable skull of Benjamin Buckland was given to the Rhode Island. Check this out, right? This is Brighteon Channel saying the remarkable skull of Benjamin Buckland was given to the Rhode Island Historical Society, which is like the Smithsonian. It was pre-Smithsonian, actually, during the 19th century for preservation. But unfortunately, the society lost, quote-unquote, the skull sometime in the 20th century. It's a common theme every single time when you got to apply for this. Now, it's kind of weird, right? They have a society. It's called the Benjamin Buckland Society. I'll get to that in a minute. And this is the Valley Breeze. This is a newspaper up in northern Rhode Island. They talked about this. Giants at the Nine Men's Misery. History Channel investigators on the job. So History Channel actually came to Rhode Island and did a story on us. In Search of the Lost Giants. That was the name of the episode 6 of their shows. What show was that? But anyway, it was called episode 6 of the show called The Search for the Lost Giants. And they talk about Benjamin Buckland. And here, this gentleman here is from... They have a little society on Benjamin Buckland here in Rhode Island, right? Look at the logo. The Joseph Buckland Society was for Benjamin Buckland. And Nine Men's Misery was egregiously seen of captured, tortured, and killed. So they make it out that these guys were the good guys, and what the Indians did was horrible to that, right? They're right on the plaque, too. They even got a plaque on us, too. Me to read the plaque. Me and Jason, we've been up there a million times. So this was the plaque. So it was Nine Men's Misery on a spot where they were slayed by the Indians, were buried in... They were 9 soldiers captured in Pierce's fight, which was one of the fights in the King Philip War in 1676. So, you know what I mean? And of course, they just make this memorial like these guys, how poor guys, how dare the Indians do that? But of course, they don't tell the backstory of what we just told you earlier. But in long story short, what they're saying, you know what I mean? They were led by a giant, and they have an entire society called the Benjamin Buckland Society. That's their website right there. It's called the Joseph Buckland Society, but it's founded by the memory of Benjamin Buckland. So it's his relatives, whatever.
Wild stuff.
Yeah,
wild stuff. I wanted to correct myself earlier when I was showing that map. I know this is a little bit off subject, but I wanted to correct myself. I kept saying Brazil. I meant Argentina. I was like rethinking that in my brain. I was like, oh man, because I want to make sure I tell everybody the right factual stuff. So forgive me. I made a mistake. I own it. It was Argentina.
You bad man.
I kept saying Brazil. I kept saying Brazil, but Argentina. So yeah, but just wanted to apologize while I was on my mind. But yeah, Dan, this nine men's misery, it's crazy, man. It's okay, yeah, they've been led by giants, and that's why you go all the way even out to Arizona. There's stories of giants leading people to places. I mean, it's just you just can't make this stuff up, man. It makes you just rub your head. You're like, you have to shake your head and say, hey, where's this? Why do you just can't make up the giant narrative, and it's like folklore anymore. I just went somewhere the other day, and they mentioned giant coffin, and you can obviously see something that looks like a coffin, and then when you inquire about where did the narrative come from, they literally say it's for entertainment purposes, but they're saying they're filling your head full of nonsensical. They're like nonsense. It's just nonsense, but when you inquire about giants or whatever, they shoot it down in a heartbeat. So it kind of goes along with what you're saying here. In this, it's mind-boggling, Dan.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. So yeah, that's basically. I mean, we got tons of more news, but I think 2.5 hours of just presenting newspaper articles and news from the past and today. I think, and plus we show all the ancient cultures to talk about this. And we've 1,000,000 times over discussed the biblical narrative of this. Also the book of Enoch, the book of Joshua, the book of Jubilees, Baruch, all that, right? We covered this 1,000,000 times over the years with our shows. So, and I think this show was important because people say, well, you're being biblically biased. Well, we say we didn't really touch the Bible. We gave you news. We gave you articles from the 1700s, 1800s, 1900s, even to today now, them bring the stuff back. And the only reason why the History Channel brings it up for, because it's popular. But what they do is, like with anything else, right, they'll bring up secret societies. They'll show something to tantalize you, to get you to tune in. Then they'll have some moron at the end to say, oh, they don't exist no more. Or there was just folklore. It's not really real. Just passively dismiss it. That's their job, the History Channel. So I wouldn't take anything they say as truth. Just be careful with their shows, especially the Unearthed show too. You know what I mean? It's just yeah, they'll show some truth, right, to lure you in, like I said, as bait. It's like clickbait, Then they'll turn it away to say, oh, it's not real. Come up with some other narrative that's not true. So, but the thing is, they have to show this stuff now, but, because what they're doing, they want to destroy the narrative because they know it's becoming popular again because of the internet. And this information is going big time. And it's a very, very catchy thing. It's like it's a very intriguing thing, I should say, that people want to ponder into. And even if they don't believe in it, they still look into it because it's very, very intriguing, it really is. And when you look into it, you go like, wow, all right, it is real. And the Bible, I guess the Bible wasn't wrong. And the Bible's right. Genesis 6, there were giants on the earth in those days and also after that. It says it's verbatim in the book of Enoch, chapter 6 still. So, yeah, that's, I'm done with the news part here. So, unless you got something else to talk about, and let me check the slides because I know you made some slides. And you talk about it was bones found in what Borjomi, George? Is I spell that right?
Yeah, I think it's another country. No, it's not Georgia. I think it might be in China or what was it? I'm trying to remember now. So I had so many. I'm pretty sure we have it up there. One moment, everybody. States, hang tight. Which one was it, Dan? I think it was the, was it bones found in, yeah, that's it. I got it. Real quick, everybody, too. Well, hang on. It's not coming up. Yeah, I was just talking about the 2.53 meters. The legend of the giants highlighted in the Borjamor Gorge was passed from down to generation. Lost shepherds and hunters claim that the ancestors told about super strong giants who lived long ago in these mountains. A group of 15 people, archaeologists, paleontologists, and historians left the hunting lodge and went on an expedition high mountains. How long they have gone in the Valley of the Giants, no one could say for sure. Ahead of them, steep slopes, icy mountain rivers, encounters with forest predators. Enthusiasm of the expedition members was rewarded in the settlement of giants. And it literally just talks about them going down into this gorge place. It's just really interesting. They supposedly, here's the narrative, they say they lived 25,000 years ago in the mountains, but that's according to their narrative. But it just makes you wonder. There was something I was going to mention real quick too. Well, that slipped my mind.
And another one, slide giant human skeleton unearthed in Varna, Bulgaria.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So, real quick, let me see if I can find that one too. Okay.
Yeah, I just want to go through your slides, because you took time to make these pretty cool.
Yeah, it was just talking about the archaeologists in Bulgaria have discovered the remains of what they have discovered was a huge skeleton in downtown Venera, a city on shores of the Black Sea, whose rich culture and civilization spans some 7,000 years, and stuff just it's just good to pin it in and document it and put it on the shelf and really hone in there. There was something I was going to say, Dan. I cannot remember to save my life. It was really important. Oh goodness, it was a question. I think I seen one of the somebody in the chat was cracking it off there. I can't remember now. But anyways, it's been a really good broadcast. I've really enjoyed it. I hope everybody has. If you're new to everything, if you're new, we're not winding down yet. If you're new to the channel, we're going to take calls if Dan is up for it.
Yeah.
And
then a couple more slides.
Yeah.
A
Okay,
skeleton
go ahead.
of medieval giants found unearthed. From Polish cemetery. And I know you talked about that. And again, there's Abraham Lincoln's quote: "The eyes of the species extinct giants whose bones fill the mountains of America have gazed on Niagara as our eyes do now." We talked about that too, man. And just wanted to go over and make sure you had all your slides so you didn't miss anything.
Yeah, thank you, Dan. I think it was something to do with that, but I can't remember now. It'll come back to me eventually. But
we still have so much.
We could sit and talk about this until midday.
So many other links and everything too.
Yeah.
So we're not going to torture you guys today. So I think we got the point across. That's the main narrative here, is to get the point across that yes, these things are real.
Yeah. And it just it baffles me. It just baffles me that this stuff is there, and it's like we just avoid it or something. Like you saying, this stuff's coming around. The data is out. Everybody's looking into it, interest in it now. Are they? And see, here's what they do. They're spinning it, and this is what blows my mind. I get really aggravated with the word UAP. So if you look at the UAP narrative, it used to be UFO. They keep spinning it. They want you to concentrate on this, but then there's a historical past that screams biblical narrative, and the biblical narrative is coming to life right before our eyes, and it has been coming to life for all these years, and we're really deep into it now. But in my opinion, we could be far into Revelation more than we know. But what I'm getting at, it seems like the UAP narrative, which I do not like. I don't even like it. I don't know why they're just spinning it. They're not talking like if it's a craft anymore. They're trying to just write that off. And then like tonight, this stuff would, a lot of people would be like, Brian, Dan, this is insane. What do you mean? Well, the only thing that we haven't done tonight is, literally got the big milk truck, backed it up, beep, 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 and had the big skull wrapped out of the back, get a dolly and haul it in to either my place or where Dan is right now and roll it up and put it behind us. You know what I'm saying? But then they say it's styrofoam. That's a prop, from a movie set. But it's just interesting. It's interesting to say the least. And I'm glad for everybody to be here. That's what it was, Dan. This is really important. So biblical narrative, I didn't make a slide, Dan. I have an old slide of Genesis 6. Genesis 6, they took the sons of God took daughters as they chose, and they bore giants. Yes, once you understand what the giant narrative is, you can, we get to that mindset sometimes we're like, oh yeah, it's giants. Like everything's giant. Like if you see, like an alien narrative, there was a bunch of there was 36 tribes of giants. So yeah, that's legitly true. But then there is other things. The book, Dan, you mentioned the book of Enoch earlier. The sons of God also mated with other things, other creatures, animals, etc. And there's all kinds of hybridization creatures, and they might be literally 5 foot tall. And whatever, you can get into the grays, you can get into the.
Then you have the small ones, like that's where the thing of fairies came from. The little people. Yeah, and you can't. So we can't we think giants, but then there's all kinds of other things that's been manipulated through too. So there's all kinds of offsets of. That's when you get into the whole narrative when they keep finding species of different, so-called alien creatures. Oh, that's what I was going to say, Dan, too. Real quick, I got it. I did hear a narrative a couple years ago. That the reason why you was talking about guns and stuff like that, and I mentioned this too on the last broadcast, I think, or a couple broadcasts prior when we did a giant show, that these when they show themselves, they want to. It's like the gun narrative and everything, right? It's almost like they're wanting us to buy more, might buy more. But the thing that I heard was some type of thing with like a CIA narrative or something. And it was weird that they was trying to get rid of all that because these things was going to come up upon the earth. So they was tying it in with biblical narrative. When, they're talking about fearing the thing, men's hearts will fail them for looking after the things come upon the earth. And this gentleman was talking about, they was trying to take away the guns because these beings, these giants, et cetera, was going to come out of the earth. And that was going to be, the way that we defend ourselves, and these things is going to have like a buffet, basically. That's that, and it was kind of weird. It was a very interesting narrative, but I just want to throw it in the broadcast here. It makes you wonder. It makes you wonder really what's going on with that. And that was like 2 or 3 years, like 2 years ago, I think that was. I heard that, and I thought it was just interesting to bring up in the broadcast. But yeah. Anyways, Dan, I'm ready, man. If you want to pop off some calls, man. Before we do that, I want to point out too because. to lay this out here. All right. So we talked about the education system, right? Why don't we hear this in the schools? How come we don't talk about this in college? Well, here's why. Well, this gentleman here, he was born in 1940. He died in 93, but Frank Vincent Zappa, he was a very famous musician. So if you knew anything about music, you know who Frank Zappa is, right? So anyway, toward his end years, you got to understand too, a lot of these musicians, right? If you hear these old songs and some of the, the rock songs, like Megadeth, okay, Dave Mustaine and all that. Dave Mustaine was part of Metallica, right? The band Metallica. He wanted to start writing songs to expose the New World Order. They didn't want to go down that route. So he created Megadeth, right? In these songs, he's writing about real stuff, right? And I think it's the Doors who sing the song, Leave the Children Alone. Is that them?
I think so.
Who's that, the Doors? Or you know that song that say, hey, teachers, leave them children alone? It's an old song,
Yeah.
in the 60s to 70s, right? They were expressing something about the public indoctrination. Now, these musicians, right? Yeah, what they did on stage is entertainment. Yeah, they got into drugs and all that. We got to do a show on that, man. It's crazy. A lot of them sold out to the occult. They sold themselves for rock and roll. Then a lot of them did afterwards realize they did something stupid and they came to Jesus Christ. So keep that in mind. But this guy, Frank Zappa, right? Very well smart what's going on in the world, right? He tried to warn people about the education system. So there's a video here of Frank Zappa talking about schools train people to be ignorant in style. So this is very relevant to everything we're talking about. So let me play this real quick here.
Schools
Oh, it's Pink Floyd. Hey, teachers, leave the kids alone. All right, good.
train people to be ignorant with style. They give you the equipment that you need to be a function. Schools train people to be ignorant with style. They give you the equipment that you need to be a functional ignoramus. American schools do not equip you to deal with things like logic. They don't give you the criteria by which to judge between good and bad in any medium or format. And they prepare you to be a usable victim for a military-industrial complex that needs manpower. As long as you're just smart enough to do a job and just dumb enough to swallow what they feed you, you're going to be all right. But if you go beyond that, you're going to have these grave doubts that give you stomach problems, headaches, make you want to go out and do something else.
What's the alternative for the parent who would agree with you?
Well, remember that the school isn't the only place that a child gets educated. If you realize that the schools are doing damage, and I believe this, I believe that schools do a lot of damage to kids, then you should do what you can at home to help give them something to counteract what's happening to them at school.
You mean encourage creativity?
Encourage them to read things other than what the school gives them. Encourage them to watch things on television other than cartoons, because I don't believe that television is all bad, and some things that are on are very useful. And give them some support. Let them feel that you as a parent want them to be smart, not just to be successful, not just to be a nice little person, that you want them to develop their thinking apparatus.
So that was Frank Zappa, man. And now thank you in the chat room. Who was it? It was MC Peculiar. Pink Floyd, Another Brick in the Wall. That's the name of that song we talked about. But yeah, Frank Zappa, the musician here, warning people about the education system. And if you notice too, a lot of these rock bands, if you listen to their songs, just read the lyrics. Don't listen to the songs. Read the lyrics. They're warning you. And the songs are warning you what's going on in the world. You know what I mean? And a lot of people just smoke pot to it and, jammed out to it and had no idea what the lyrics are about. And they try to portray a serious message. Like George Carlin, right? That stand-up comedian. He had a filthy mouth, don't get me wrong, whatever. But he's sitting there telling you what's going on in the world. People are laughing. This guy's great. He's not being funny. He wasn't trying to be funny. He was trying to tell you what's going on in the world. It's a big club and you're not part of it and all that stuff. And, for a while he was out there bashing God. I didn't like that at all, But he was warning you about real stuff in the world. The education system too, how the government's like ramming it on you, all that stuff. And people are laughing at it, or like people listen to these guys' music, but not right. Let's look at the lyrics. Let's look what he's really saying. They were giving warnings ahead of time. They were whistleblowing through the media. The music and all that stuff. And if you listen to the interviews with these musicians, right? They said, literally, not a joke. I sold my soul to the devil. I did. And that's how I became famous. I mean, we're going to do a show on that. I sold my soul for rock and roll. I can't wait to do that again. But there's a lot of people who died at the age of 26. It's kind of weird. All these musicians, Jimi Hendrix and all that stuff. I think it's 26 or 29, whatever it was. But yeah, they all have the same story. They couldn't play in a bar room without getting kicked out. They sold their souls, and the next thing Jimi Hendrix said, I'm playing on stage in front of thousands of people. It's not me playing. It's that person inside me. You know what I mean? They were possessed. And Rihanna or all these people, too, the same thing. They admit they're possessed in interviews, side little interviews on shows and all that. They admit they're possessed. Or they were possessed. And, they expose the stuff. But you have musicians and all that they were the first conspiracy theorists. Literally, if you look at it, right? In the 60s and 70s, they're trying to warn us about the education system. And if anybody says they were wrong, yeah, he got another thing coming because they're 100% right on everything when they were trying to expose the education system because they seen how it collapsed in this country. Again, yeah, years ago, they taught the Bible in school. They taught the moral fabrics of society and taught you have a way to think on your own, all that. And in the 1900s, that's when everything shifted in this country. It's from the CIA. When they infiltrated the media, they went into the education system, and that's why you don't hear about God in school no more. That's why you don't hear about the bones or anything else. You hear about, dinosaurs roamed the earth millions of years ago, and this world was created 13.3 billion years ago. Yeah, right, wrong. You never heard any of that stuff in school over 100 years ago. They actually told you the truth. The media actually told you the truth. Until it was all hijacked in the 1900s, that was the flip of the switch here in this country. Now, today, nobody knows what's left or right. You wouldn't even know that the Ten Commandments were established at every state capital. You wouldn't even know the first 120 colleges in the country were all Christian Judeo principal colleges, right? You wouldn't even know the education system was established for the sole purpose to teach the Bible, the old Diluted Satan Act. I think it was 1638. Don't correct me on the year, but in the 1600s, they established the old Diluted Satan Act to teach the people, especially the kids, how to read and write, to learn the Bible so that they wouldn't be deceived by the Dark Ages. That was the whole purpose of public education. But again, it was some switch that went off in the 1900s, right about the middle of the 1900s. That's when everything, even the religions, they're all compromised. So religions, the schools, religions, and the education system, and the media, right? All three of these: the media, education system, and the media, the religion systems, right? All three things that were fabrics of society back then. They told you the truth, right? They compromised all three of those. And now today, nobody knows what excuse the language, asses from the elbows. And I'm being blunt, you know what I mean? So that's why everything's all haywire. That's why you don't hear about giants in schools or in the media no more, because it's all been compromised. And what we're here to do, the Father's leading us here to do, is to unlock your mind, to show you the biblical truth, real historical stuff we just presented today. So I think, I really think we put this out there and we hit this out of the park tonight. And I'm not bloating at all. This is all glory to God, or everything to God. You know what I mean? It's Him. This is His show, not mine, you know? So it's not the Dan Bidondi Show. It's God's show, you know? And He's the one that gives me and Brian the ability to stand up here to talk to you guys for hours on end and present the stuff. And the Holy Spirit puts the stuff in our heads and gives us the information to give out to you guys, because it's all Him. Because this is, again, proving the Bible through the media, what you see in history, right? The Bible could be proven through history and what's going to happen, right? History and prophecy, and we just presented that today. And we didn't present one Bible verse today, except for Genesis 6, right? We didn't show you one Bible verse today. We showed you historical stuff, and all the other shows we present tons and tons of Bible verses. But today was proving the point that if you took the Bible aside, which we don't like to do anyway, but we took the Bible aside for a day, right, and to show you all the history, the media, and everything else to prove what the Bible says. So I hope and pray that people actually now understand, yes, there were giants in the earth in those days and also after that. So I'm done here. So if you want to throw anything else, Brian, we'll go to phone calls.
Well, I just want to throw in, too, you talking about the musicians. Musicians, talking about they sold their soul and everything. I mean, just think about the giants that passed away, their embodied spirits. Just think about it. There's another component here. We have a passenger that's taken over the driver's seat in all these cases. So these people are literally admitting it, and that's what and that's why they're talking about. There's another person in them and all this stuff. It's literally the giants have embodied these people, right? It's insane, right, Dan? I mean, It's wild stuff. So yeah, I just want to chime in there. Yeah, it's been a blessing. Hit that like button, subscribe to the Dan Bidondi Show, and then subscribe to Visual Disturbance. We appreciate all you all. And Dan, the favorite part of the night, because I know there's a ton of people in here that want to call. We got newcomers. Chime in, call the Dan Bidondi Show tonight, and Dan's going to throw up the phone number here in a minute. And we're very blessed. Me and Dan's very blessed to have you all call in. So,
absolutely. So, guys, just little rules here for us, right? Call in. Don't talk about elections. Don't talk about jabs. Just leave that stuff out of it, right? Just try to stick to the subject. But if you want to talk about something else too, spiritual warfare stuff, absolutely throw it out there. You got a testimony, even has nothing to do with this, talk about it. You want to ask questions about this, do that. And do me a favor, please. All right, please pay attention to this because some people don't. Not to sound like a jerk, but when you call, right, if you hear a ring and it doesn't ring no more, and we just deny the call, don't keep calling back because what happens when you call, the number comes on the screen. If somebody's on the phone, right, and you call in, it interrupts the phone call. So basically, I'll hit the end call. I'll deny the call, right, but I'll see your number on the screen. So what I'll do is I'll call you back. As soon as that person gets off the air, in order, I'll call you back, all right? So please, if you call and you get the phone call denied, just be patient. I'll call you back, please. So make sure you pay attention to that because we had this one guy just kept calling over and over and over and over again, and I tried to explain to him several times. I don't want to keep doing it, So, just be patient, and when you hear somebody on the line, just if you want to call quick, yeah. But you get the point here. So the number right there is up on the screen and also in the chat room. It's 512-547-1776. So if you guys want to give us a call, and if you don't want to call, in the comment section, the live chat going on right now. If you're watching the show, go on YouTube, log on the YouTube channel, create a account. It's real easy to do. It will take seconds, and you can participate in the live chat going on. And if you want to ask a question, please put them all in caps. So if you want to ask a question or comment to us, put it all in capital letters. This way it stands out to us, and we'll get to it. So as the phone line's up, and I know Tim, brother Tim, wanted to call and talk about this ministry. I guess I forgot the guy's name, but yeah, if you want to call, make that brief because we're gonna have a show on that. Probably next Wednesday. So we're gonna talk a bit about that. So if you call Tim, just give the gist about the one people about this guy here, because what this guy's doing is not right, really. It's Jerry. What is it? Jerry Tony. He's running the ministry there. So, yeah. All right. So I'll wait for him to call. Yeah. Thank you, guys. So, let's see. Tactical Billy. Keep calling and calling. That's funny. I think it was a fun show tonight. Huh?
Yeah, it was a good show. Yeah. I enjoy it.
Yeah.
I enjoyed it. Yeah, I enjoyed it. Yeah.
We could have kept going. We have so much more links and articles and Kent Hovind, he's a creationist, right? He used to be evolutionist creationist, but before the internet, right? He went around gathering newspaper clippings from all over the world because he went all over the world, and newspaper clippings from all over the world. He's got tons of boxes full of newspaper clippings of these, the stuff we showed you tonight. The actual newspapers and everything else. So it's crazy. And I want to try to get him on the air. He doesn't believe in biblical cosmology, but still. It's Brother Tim. Woo!
Woo! How goes it, guys?
What's going on, brother?
Let me tell you, this was a giant show tonight you guys put on.
A giant show, yeah.
Yeah, it's cool. Hey, do you ever watch the Mud Fossil University guy? He does a lot of work on giants and how they're mountaintops and stuff like that.
I never did, no.
I've seen it.
It's a lot of interesting stuff. He can look, and show you the rocks where what the dried blood looks like, and veins and capillaries and lungs. It's all like right there.
Wow.
It's pretty much undeniable. But what did Jesus say? The rocks would cry out. Archaeology has proven the Bible every single time.
Exactly.
But anyway, good show.
And did you want to talk about that? Because I know you wanted to warn people about this guy, Jerry Tony.
Jerry Tony.
Yeah.
Well, I gave Valerie all the links and stuff, And if anybody wants to look at mine and other people's experiences of him, and I was thinking about it, let's pray for the guy. Let's don't get mad and hate him or judge him, because I was thinking about it. I'm no better than him. I would never do that to people, because that's not my sin. My sins are different. I'm wired differently. A lot of us have same common sins. A lot of us have different sins. One person, oh, how could you do that? I'd never do that. Well, yours might not be lust. Yours might not be murder. Yours might not be theft or covetousness or whatever, adultery. But everybody's got something. You were born.
Well, here's the thing, too. I know you try to be just pacifist on it, and you just don't want to avoid. You don't want to avoid I can't even talk tonight.
No, I want to save victims. I want to warn people about them. Because no one deserves to be treated like that. What he's doing to the body of Christ. Under the guise of helping people. But
combative. That's it. So I know you don't want to be combative and all that, but the thing is, our job is to expose people like this. Expose the deeds of evil, because and here's the thing too, this guy's page is over here, right? He calls himself a prophet of the last days. Anybody who exalts himself as a prophet or apostle or disciple, something like that, I got a question right off the bat. Right off the bat, I got to question you, challenge you, because I would never in the world, I don't care if I knew the Bible better than anybody else, never in the world would I ever remotely tell people that I'm a prophet or some kind of a disciple or apostle or something of that nature. So for him to say he's a prophet for the end days, that alone should raise a red flag in your head. You know what I mean? And
well, Dan, he worked up to that. Now, like someone showed in his first video, he said, "No, I'm not a pastor. I'm a watchman." Right?
Yep.
Well, what's a watchman? Okay, so he reads the Bible and then watches the news, I guess, and stuff. Then he started calling himself Pastor Jerry, and then it went to prophet, and a bunch of people left because he's calling himself prophet, and I even asked him, so you're not supposed to have titles and all, but now he's changed everything to a repentance call.
Oh, yeah, I see that. Yep.
He'll go forward and backwards, he'll shuck and jive, and he'll squeeze back into where he needs to be for people to accept them and send them money. Whatever it takes.
Mm.
What do you need to see? Because, baby, that's what he'll be.
Yeah, it's him on screen there. So I watched that video there. You guys sent me that video of Jerry Tony's True Colors. From
the one kicking that lady out?
Yeah.
And wasn't that disgusting? And she got off light. That was an easy, calm day for him, I think.
Wow. So you were out there. So explain your story. What happened? You end up moving out there?
Right. I was trying to get there for like 2 years. Now, for some reason, I didn't have the discernment to see, this is Father trying to keep me from going, not the devil. I'm not, hindsight 2020. But it took for 2 years, and I kept talking with this man, and I was asking him questions for 2 years, and, he kind of stayed stable and consistent in everything he said. So,
to bring people up to speed, what he's talking about is this guy, Jerry Tony here, he's got a large, sizable piece of property in Texas. So he told everybody, come move out here. We have a Christian community, our own church, our own community. Bring your RVs on tents out here, and you pay a little bit of rent and stay on the property. And basically, it's a Christian community to come live out here. And so he kept telling Brother Tim, because Brother Tim's been watching the show for years since it started, right? And we, over the years, he was telling us what was going on, but he was saving up money for months on end to go out to Texas, to drag his RV out there to Texas, and he did that. And so he went out there and tell the rest, Tim.
All right, well, no, I didn't have the money to actually get there, so he went to, and it was not only myself, but a woman from California was making her way. People from his channel donated money specifically for our gas. And when I got there, a couple of days later, he comes and says, "Oh, you got to pay the ministry back," meaning him, He gave me a bill of like $630 or whatever when he sent $500, but whatever. And so I had talked to him, and before I left, I said, hey, something happens, you change your mind, we have a falling out or something. You know, once I get up there, I can't leave. I don't have the money to get there. I'm stuck. There's, you know, he says, oh, don't worry about that, man. Just get here. So I get there, and the deal was I would work around there for my rent till I got a job. Then I'd start paying it. Well, when I got there, that storm blew in. It's like -3 degrees. I get strep throat, then pneumonia. I'm there like 2 weeks. I'm trying to heal. I'm waiting for it to warm up. And then I'm supposed to go build shelves with him once his back's better too. And then we was going to fall back. I was going to fall back and do. Well, he had like 3 parts of a water line needed gluing. Plumber didn't do it. So all of a sudden, one day I get a text out of nowhere. Hadn't talked to him, hadn't discussed anything. We still recuperating, right? I'm thinking everything's fine. I get a text saying, do us both a favor and find someplace else to go. From out of the blue. I'm like, what? So, yeah, he said, you haven't added one thing to our lives since you've been here. You haven't fixed nothing. You get out of here. Da, da, da. And it just... And so, okay, I'll start working on it. Now, apparently my rent was paid by somebody on that channel, and so was the lady from California's first month. Well, I still had 2 weeks left. He's kicking me out. So, of course, I'm broke, so I'm trying to get people to, I'm begging and borrowing, trying to get money wired to me to get back. Plus, I have a bent axle, and I'm having to buy 5 tires on the way back. Which luckily I got them for like $25, $50 at a, Mexican used tire places. But anyway, yeah, he told me to go F myself and threatened to shoot me in my face, spitting, bumping me with his chest, just trying to get me to do something. But the thing I didn't get to mention last time, Brian and Dan, is even in the middle of him doing all that, because he'll be like a chihuahua in your face and on your ankles. Bah, 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 bah. See, his tactic is to threaten you, yell, do not give you not 1 second's peace until you fully conform with what he wants right then and there. He's a narcissistic bully.
Wow.
But anyhow.
Unreal, man. Yeah, when we do a show on expose him, we'll have you call in and give more details. Because the calls are lining up, so.
Yeah, and this is just the icebreaker. I didn't mean to take this long.
No, that's all right.
But that's just a general rundown.
Yeah.
I'll let somebody else get on here and talk. And one more thing is, do not forget. Woo!
Woo!
All right, guys.
Take care, brother.
Night. God bless you. Great
you
show.
Too. Thank you.
All right. Bye.
Bye. So, yeah, guys, one more final one before we get to this other caller here. This guy here, so, and, yeah, I guess he changes his name over the time. So, we'll take Sister Max's call. How you doing, sister? Oops, what happened? Oh, we'll get to her in a minute, but 330 number, we're calling you back. So, it's a show that calls you back. So Sister Max, she'll call let it ring once and hang up. So let me know she called. We'll get back to you, sister. Oh, just a stage fright. Move on to the next one. They're probably, why are they calling me back? Hey, sister, what's going on? Sister Max.
What's up? Not much. How y'all doing?
Oh, pretty good. How's it going?
Oh, it's going and going and going and going.
Going.
Yeah. Is Brian there? I can't hear. I'm trying to put my ear to the phone. I'm trying to see if it's working or not.
I'm here. I was just gonna let you talk. I didn't want to interrupt you.
Dang it, I can't hear you for crap.
Yeah, he said, go ahead, because he hears you.
Yeah, big show. Y'all had a lot of articles and stuff. I like how you mentioned that Politico was a piece of crap. A lot of people don't know that. Politico is a piece of crap.
Yeah.
Yeah. But did y'all know that there were giant skeletons in the Philippines?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I don't know if y'all went over that or not. I was in and out, but...
Yeah,
Right.
like all over the world, these things are found.
Exactly. And my mom, there's a city called Davao where they found 17-foot skeletons. And my mom's from Philippines. She's 4'9", 5 foot. So you know these are not like the original Filipino people. It's like, what's these 17-foot people doing over there? And even my dad, when he goes over there, he's like 6 feet, and they call him Capre. That means like it's like basically what they used to call like kind of like the monstery Nephilim people. Anything above 5 foot, man, you're a monster. You're a freak over there. And they got it was found close to Mindanao. The skeleton bones over there in Philippines. And Mindanao is the most prominent island populated place for like the Muslims, which they migrated over there around maybe the 14th century from, was it Persia? Persia, it's modern day Iran, I suppose. Yeah, I get that mixed up. The little Middle Eastern peoples. And then more giants until you get a bunch of newspaper articles like what you guys lined up.
Yep.
They are out there. They are real.
Oh, yeah. And right in our faces and right in history, right in the news and all that. So that's why we call it giants in the news today. Nephilim giants in the news because they're right here, literally in the news. So if people deny at this point, and if people watch our shows before, watch the show today, and if you deny the existence of giants, you know what, like David Carrico will tell you, bless your little heart. I don't know what else to tell you. So
David Carrico, he's up there, more up northish. Where are they at? Indiana or whatever?
Yep.
That's saying, bless your little heart. He sounds like a good old little Southern man.
Yeah. Yeah, I love David. He's awesome.
He's cool.
Yeah.
And I wanted to say something. I don't know if I should or not. About Tim and his experience with that fraudulent puppet master.
Yeah, go for it.
I'm not going to tell him what to do, but I'll say my experience, and I could see why he chose B, which is good, the bigger, better person. I don't know if I would have, I don't know what I would have done, honestly, at this point. But I had joined a couple of years ago, probably like five or 6 years ago. I went to Corona, California, to live in this household to like join a ministry. They wanted me, when I went there, my brother was paying most of the bills. He was the only one with like a real job, but he was always on the ship. And he didn't really know what was going on in that house. It was like 5 bedrooms, 5 or 6 bedrooms, 6 different families living up in there. Each bedroom had a family. And the pastor, the head guy leading this ministry group, was the only one that was not on the lease to the house. And he had the worst credit, the worst everything, but he managed to get all these people together from like Arizona, and they moved to California. And the main thing about their ministry was it was like making a bunch of music and a bunch of videos, and it was pretty worldly. And they used to call each other like princes and princesses, and like, and here I am coming from Houston, like straight from the hood, but I had a relationship with God, and I read my Bible and stuff, and And I had left the church because I was reading the Bible for myself. And I just ended up there to, you know, change the scenery, try to better myself or whatever, join a ministry, do something good. And this guy was like telling them, the group that I had came there, I was going to be an asset, I was doing graphic designs, doing the piano. And once I figured they were a bunch of BS, like I quit going to morning worship services, stopped going to their little Bible studies because they were telling crap all out of context. And there were times where they had like group meetings and like 16 of them would be questioning me about the Bible and my knowledge and all that. And God was good because I was reading the Bible, but this isn't too long after I was just, you know, smoking and drinking, and, you know, it wasn't too long since I made that transition in life. So I had a good memory, and the Holy Spirit was bringing up these Bible verses and stories to combat their fraudulent, fake out of context stuff. Anyways, fast forward, I had quit everything. So I would spend most of my days just going to the park or taking my nephews out. And the head pastor was saying that the enemy infiltrated his ministry and we got to get rid of the enemy. Like, he would hold these meetings and I'd be up in the house and I know exactly who he's talking about. I was like, this dude. I was like, whatever. One day I was at the park. I get a phone call from my brother's wife and she's like, the pastor hit his wife. Max, you got to come. And I was like, why y'all calling me? Y'all don't even like me. Remember, I'm that ghetto business from... So I was like, okay, fine. I went up over there. Like, I ran from the park to the house just to make sure, because that's all I heard. Like, my nephew in the back screaming. I didn't know if this dude was going crazy all up in the house or not. I went up, got into the house. I saw the wife downstairs by the door, and she had a busted lip. And everyone else was hanging out downstairs. I was like, well, where'd the pastor do that? Where your husband at? And she's like, oh, he's in the room. I was like, well, tell him get his down here. And it's like, no, sister, no. I already forgave him. We're going to do this, you know, the godly way. We love each other. It was a mistake. And I'm looking at her face. I'm like, dude, you still have fresh blood, like, coming out of that lip as we speak. And you already forgave his, you know. And I was supposed to be the most ghetto, vile thing. And the accuser was the one doing that crap, and I don't know. I called him out. I told him if he wanted to put his hands on a female, then come on down, and, you know. He didn't. He wouldn't. And I was festering in that house all night, just pissed off that I had to stay in the same building as him. And I called the police. I never called the police at that point. And... because I couldn't stand it. I was like, he ain't going to get away with this crap, and I'm not going to stay in this place with him. The police over there in California, it's like a little off, like 20 minutes off of Los Angeles. They took like 6 hours to get there. And after that, everyone just packed their bags and left and spread, and that I was the one that destroyed their ministry. I was to blame for everything, and everyone went home to Arizona, and that whole thing was demolished. And I was only there for like 3 or 4 months, and I didn't know what I was gonna get into. Maybe that was God's will. The whole thing was a fraud, and I would have, if I was in Tim's situation, that's a different story, because what that dude did to Tim would have been another story.
Yeah.
But they are. Giants are out there, and these people holes are out there.
It's crazy.
So, I ended up back in Texas where I belong.
Oh,
The
nice.
end.
Yeah,
right.
good thing you get out of there, that's for sure. But thank you for the call, sister.
Yeah. Y'all take it easy.
You
Hello to
too.
everyone in the chat. Y'all be blessed. Take
Love
it
you,
easy.
sister, and Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom. Love y'all too.
Be blessed.
Be blessed. All right, so the 33 number, in Rio, I'll call you back in a second. I'm going to try this 33 number. They try calling back, so answer the phone. funny. They just called 3 times. And...
Please leave your...
I'm not going to play phone tag. So, calling Anne Marie back. Sister Anne Marie.
YOLO, what can I do for you, Dan Bidondi?
You are live.
Don't throw no BDMM at me, broken down milkman. Don't throw nothing at me, boy. That's your new crib number. BDMM, broken down milkman. Can you hear me? You can?
What is it?
And throwing heaters out the windows again.
Right. Can you hear me now?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay.
Jason wanted to know if you were throwing heaters around again. But
no, Jason throws heaters at me. He's Jason the Heater Man. Well, I call him Jason. Since I'm your mammy, he'd be my son. So, I can barely hear you. Am I clear enough?
No, yep, you're loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. I just want to mention a few quick things because I know it's been a long night for you, but does the name Norma Jean Mortensen ring a bell with anybody?
No.
Marilyn Monroe.
Oh,
Does
yeah.
anybody know that she had a high insecurity because she had 6 toes on each feet?
Did she?
Yeah,
yes,
I've heard
when
this
I got
before.
a picture of it, I'll send it to you.
Huh. Let me look that up.
Yep. She went and had one a toe. She actually had the big toe, and then she had a total of 6. And she went and had them surgically removed because she couldn't fit into the white slippers with the white dress and do that until she had her little pinky extras. But she had 6 toes on each feet, not on her hands, but on her feet. I thought that was interesting.
And of course, Snopes.com. I'm looking up now. Of course, it's like, oh, that's false. You know, don't ever listen to anything Snopes has to say or these so-called fact checkers.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, I believe it. You know what I mean? I know he's gonna just make that up. There's actually pictures right there too. Like so.
Yeah, she was red brunette headed at the time. That's before she became Marilyn Monroe.
Yep.
And it was a YouTube channel about Marilyn. It was a short. And it was about Marilyn Monroe's insecurities. And she had, everybody has insecurities, but when they pan down to her feet, I did a snapshot off the TV, and it shows she has 6 toes. And I thought that is pretty doggone interesting. So whether it's real or not, I don't know. I mean, I wasn't there, but I thought that was pretty interesting.
That is interesting.
Why would somebody do that anyways?
Yeah, as I'm looking at thing, weird facts on famous people. And it shows 6 toes right there.
Yeah. She's brunette, and I think in a bikini. I mean, a really cute, like the cute 1950 bikinis. I mean, they're a lot more modest.
Yeah.
You're not wearing a, never mind.
Oh yeah, her right there is a picture right here, and like.
Yeah, you're not wearing dental floss up your butt.
Yeah, it shows a picture of it. Like it looks like regular shorts and a regular top. And back then that was revealing, but today, that covers more than most girls wear on the beach.
Oh gosh, yeah. So I thought that was interesting. Since you've got the picture, I won't send it to you, but I zoomed in on it and I was like, oh, that's interesting. So maybe she had a little Nephilim going on in her. I don't know. Not real sure about that. And there's 3 things. So that was number 1. Number 2 is I'll keep this one short, and then we'll go into a ministry that's a false ministry that you can look up real quick, and that you can do on your show if you choose to, because they got me about 3 years ago, and I got back out. But the praise report is my spiritual daughter called me last night crying, weeping, called me again today, and I said, I'm at work, I can't call you. She goes, I need you to call me. Pray for my puppy, my dog, Kokomo, a little Chihuahua. He's 14 years old. She goes, I have him on my chest, and he's dying. And they didn't have enough money to take him to the vet, and her husband came in and said he's gone. And she says, I've had him since she was a young girl, and she says, I didn't want to let him go. And she said, would you pray with me? And I said, sure. And we prayed over him, and about an hour later, she called me back, and she goes, he's alive. She goes, he's alive. And I go, is his tongue pink? She goes, yeah, he's standing up, and he's eating and drinking. She goes, he just woke up. He goes, he was pale. He wasn't breathing. He was dead. She says, I didn't want to let him go. I had him in a little blanket, and I just kept praying over him, saying, Jesus, you can do anything. And this young lady has such faith that her husband got angry with her and said, you're crazy. And she said, Jesus can do anything. And so she called me back, and she says, he's alive, he's alive, he's alive, he's alive. And I said, are you kidding me? And I said, make sure he's hydrated, get him some Pedialyte mixed with Gatorade, and just watch him and everything. And he barked over the phone on me. And so that's a praise report, because she said he was just not breathing, and they didn't know what to do, and she was freaking out. And then I'm like, well, he is 14, so in dog years, that's a pretty old dog. But she said he came back to life. So I thought that's fascinating. I thought, wow. I thought that's a wonderful praise report. Can I share it tonight? And she said, sure. So then there's that, but there's this church I would like for you to look up if you don't mind. It's called Truth and Love Ministries, Nashville, Tennessee. Gina Guy Warren, Warren, and the WAR is capitalized. Truth and Love Ministries, Nashville.
Oh, nice.
So we can expose them. You can see that she says she's a prophetess, and she's the pastor.
I'm sorry, what was that website again?
Truth and Love Ministries in Nashville, Tennessee. It's under Gina, Gina, Guy, Guy, Warren, capital WAR, lowercase REN. Truth in, not in love, but in the letter N, Truth in Love Ministries.
Oh, it says Truth and Love Ministries, spreading God's love in our online world.
Right. Now, she says she's a prophetess, and she's a seer.
Oh, God.
And she takes the lead, and Mario Murillo gave her her mantle. Well, I rebuked Mario Murillo long time ago. And I didn't realize that he supposedly gave her his mantle. First of all, that's out of order. That's out of God's order. Women are to remain silent and then go ask their husbands if they have a question. And then he is a very babe in Christ. And they are Seven Mountains Dominionists. And she hid that from me for a long time, but I did some deep digging on her.
And you said it's Gina what? I'm sorry?
They're Seven Mountain Dominionists.
Tell me, Gina what? What her name?
Gina Guy, like a guy. GUY.
Okay, all right. Truthandloveministries.org. Because it's a truthandloveministries.com. It's somebody else. So it's the .org website.
Right. They may have several. They have one in Brentwood. They have one in Nashville. And they're like...
Is it Guy Warren? I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And Brian Warren. Gina.
Yep,
and,
that's him. That's him right there.
Yep. Right. And she wrote a book, The Way of the Warrior, and Where Are All the Warriors? And I bought the book, and I bought it for a couple of friends of mine. And there's some good information there about nutrition, but it's all jacked up. And I tore it up and I burned it. And I called my two friends that I bought them for, and I repented, and I told them that I was sorry and don't read it. And because at the end of it, they're trying to sell a product. They're trying to sell Azija, which is a health product, a health drink, to get you to come in, and they're training, and they say, we'll kick ass in Jesus' name, and we'll fly to you, and we'll train you and get you fit just for a small fee of $600. And I'm like,
Small
really?
fee? Oh.
Yeah, really? Yeah, per person.
Wow.
And this is before 2019. So I'm like, really? And it's just a mess. But they're Seven Mountain Dominionists, and I went down her line, and she lied to me. And she messaged me. I'm not on Messenger, Brian, but I'm going to load it up one time just to get your information and then dump it again because it takes up too much room on my phone. But anyways, watch out for these people, because she says that she prays in the Holy Ghost all the time, but there's no interpreter. And it's the same language like John Ramirez every single time. And she always ends with Messiah. She always has that, I hate to say it, but it's almost like a snake sound, demonic Messiah, you know, and they do these live cams in their car, and they go, the church has gone crazy. Well, yeah, because you're teaching another Jesus, and you're teaching Kundalini, and you're teaching and they're saying Jesus should come back anytime. No, he can't. Certain things in protocol have to fall into line. He's in order. And their Facebook page is horrible. You talk about provocative and things that should be shared between a husband and wife. I don't want to see your drawers down where they should be down, sir. And I don't want to see you in a bikini showing off how fit you are and your husband taking you underneath a waterfall. I hope a Sasquatch comes out and scares you straight because you off the wall. Seriously, Miss Camila Max, we could go get them. We could go gangster them down. We could, but pray for them. But they're seriously, because they seem like genuine, sweet people. Yeah. I don't know how that I don't know how that they got wrapped up into this. And I got friends. God bless you, Dan. I got friendly with her, but we weren't friends. It was more like an acquaintance. But she was like, he's a car salesman. And I was like, oh, that's kind of hanky. You're a pastor and a car salesman. So, pray, we can't make rent.
Is that kind of weird if you think about it? Like, even in the movies, right? If you, they have these clown preachers on TV, right, in the movies too. And even in real life, a lot of these guys are car salesmen. Is there something in being a car salesman that says it decides I'm going to become a fraudulent preacher one day?
Exactly, and that's like when I give out my phone number to somebody or somebody I know, and they're like, what's your number? And it's a funny number, and you know what it is, and I say, and I'm not a car salesman. because it's just a funny number.
Yeah.
I'm like, it's a pretty neat number, but no, I'm not a car salesman. But yeah, so Truth and Love Ministries, stay away from them. There's
Make sure
7
it's a
numbers.
.org one. There's 2 of them, guys. It's, because we don't want to put some false stuff on somebody else. There's truthandloveministries.com and there's truthandloveministries.org. It's not the .com, it's the .org site. It's the man and woman, Brian, and that woman, Gina. So just want to make sure this way, because I know people out there go, which is good, go confront these people. I don't want you going confronting the wrong person. They'll probably be like, what are you talking about? I don't have a wife or whatever, so this is .org ministries.
Yes, sir. I confronted her when she says, well, please pray for us. My husband's mother just passed. Well, who takes a picture of their husband crying on the bed and their dog named Zoe leaning on the bed, and she called her dog the prophetess Zoe, and that enraged me. I said, Elijah, Samuel, Daniel, they would have your head and your fanny for that. How dare you say that a dog? Canines are instinctive. They are not. Zoe the prophet is ministering to her father. No, that's a dog. That is a dog. And who does that and puts it on Facebook? And at that point, I went, done. And I said, I rebuke you in the name of the Lord. So it's your fault. Bye. I didn't even say bye. I was just, who does that? So be careful, guys. There's a lot of hucksters out there. And another one, real quick, Amy Jo Morales. She's on Facebook, just like it sounds. Amy, AMY JOMORALES. She's just on Facebook. Y'all, do not go near her. She is a wicked witch. She's the one that sent me the anointing oil with the gold in it and said she blessed me, and then all these paranormal things started happening in my home. Don't go near her. And she has about 3,000 aliases. She's wanted by the do.gov.
Yeah.
So stay away from her. Yeah. So there's a lot of, got to use a lot of discernment out there, guys.
Yeah.
A lot of discernment out there, but.
Well, yeah, one day we're
I'll
going to
let
just
you
show
go,
on
but I thought
false
it was
prophets.
interesting about Marilyn Monroe.
We're going to do a show on false
Right.
prophets one day. So, yeah, we should do that. That'd be cool.
You should. And Peter Popoff, he's still doing his thing.
Yeah.
Peter Popoff's still doing his thing, and man, they're just all out there, and it's just like, one question, where did Jesse Duplantis go? I don't see him anymore.
Oh, I don't know.
At all. He's just like, I don't know whether he's in a dumb or anything like that. He's just gone.
Yeah.
He's just gone. But anyways, great show, and thank you for doing Luke. Comprehensive. I'm keeping up with that. And tell Jason I said great job on his YouTube channel. I'm keeping up with him. And thank you, Visual Disturbance, for making me crack up so hard. I had to do it this morning, not last night, because I knew it was going to be hilarious. It was really good. So, love you guys. I'll let you go.
Love you too, sister.
Yeah,
okay,
shalom.
Talk to you later.
Shalom.
Okay.
Yeah, so the 33 number. So if you listen 330, I'm going to call you back. This will be the last time. So we try to call you back twice already, and I know you try to call back. So I don't want to keep playing phone tag. So we're trying to call you back, and this is strike 3. Sorry, I just don't want to take up the show calling people back and they don't answer. All right, so yeah, all right. That's unless he calls back in the next couple of minutes.
I'm going to interject here. When you're As soon as you call somebody else and they answer,
Yep.
they directly call you back if you haven't noticed. And they try to interrupt. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, so, and guys, I don't know if I mentioned it. We got a donation page, so the link's in the chat room if you want to donate toward this ministry. It helps out a lot, great deal. So there's a 330 number. So 330, you're on the air. What's your name?
Hi, my name is Mike.
Hey, Mike, what's up, man?
Okay.
Yep, you're on. Yeah, how's it going?
Good. How are you? Hey, I'm sorry about that. Jeez.
No, that's all. No worries, man.
I really liked your show tonight. I listened to it, and I wanted to say hi, Dan, hi, Jason, and hi, Brian.
Hello.
And that
Shalom.
was interesting about the Giants. Everybody needs Jesus, and all of the Bible's true, and evolution is a lie. And the Smithsonian comes in, and they take the evidence and hide it.
Yep.
So, wow.
Yep, that's what they do, or the Historical Society of your state.
I think they run all the museums and stuff,
Yep.
most of them. So, wow. But, yeah, that was really interesting. So
Yeah,
they
thank you,
found
man.
giants all over the world.
Yeah.
So they probably try to cover that up so people won't believe the Bible.
I remember Kent Hovind long before the internet, and when we had the old VHS tapes. Kent Hovind, was going on broadcast and all that to try to tell people that, thousands of clippings from actual newspapers of giants from all over the world, and long before the internet, he's trying to warn people about that. And now today, because of the internet, you can find this stuff. You can go to the newspaper archives, the newspaper companies, and look it up for yourself. But yeah, they tried their best so much to cover it up. Then they'll come out with disinformation shows like on History Channel. Oh, the lost giants, and just to get you to tune in, then they'll try to finagle it. So in the end of the show, you think, all right, it's just a rumor. It's not real. And, they'll leave you a question. That's it.
Yeah, they're always pushing that ancient aliens nonsense too. So I remember seeing him. I've been watching him for a couple of years, Ken Hovind.
Yep.
And my cousin, he was at Kent State University, and she was out there sitting at his table, and none of the professors would debate him. And,
Yeah.
I thought, if evolution's true, you'll debate anybody, anytime, any place, and you'll always win because it's true. And you have solid evidence, but they don't have solid evidence. So
Yeah,
that's
he
why
was
they
awesome.
wouldn't debate him.
He used to he actually had a pool going for a while. I forgot how much it was. It was a lot of money in the pool. That if somebody could out debate him, proven evolution, he would give him the reward money. And every time he went to a debate, most of the time he was scheduled for a debate. He went to the debate, so the professor in the end would end up having the students debate him instead of him because they were afraid to confront him. And Ken Hovind, he was just ripped these evolutionists apart.
Yeah, hide behind your students. That's a real brave professor.
Yeah.
So,
Well, that's why the college, they know they teach lies, and the thing is they'll use these big, long scientific words that I couldn't even pronounce to save my life. They'll use that as a disguise of, I'm more educated than you. Well, you're more educated because you could pronounce a word that's 26 characters long. That doesn't mean nothing. And that's just made up projection. That's all it is.
To
So
talk to him, he was an archaeologist,
Absolutely.
and he was doing the Bible ain't true bit, and I kind of backed off. I didn't really. And now that I think about it, I thought, look, dude, if you stand on the Bible, you can debate anybody, anytime, and you'll always win. And it doesn't matter if they're college educated and they got degrees from A to Z. Who cares?
Mm-hmm.
You can't be intimidated by these goofs. Educated idiots.
Yeah, exactly. Like that guy Zappa said, they're just ignorant You know.
I know, it's ridiculous. Wow. Hey, if you get a chance to, there's a thing I've been listening to. It's called Sling and Stone. It's a Christian channel.
Yep.
And he was talking about giants in the Solomon Islands.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
And, yeah, how the Japanese soldiers even faced them in World War II. And the giants would actually come out and eat people.
Yeah.
So, and they said something, too, about the Japanese infantrymen were afraid of them and their bullets had no effect. And I thought, doesn't that sound like the Kandahar giant? Because even when they were shooting at him, he kept coming until they shot him in the head. So, wow.
Yeah.
Sounds like there's still giants here and there.
Yep.
So, wow.
You know, like the quote from Zappa there. He said, Frank Zappa, schools train people to be ignorant in style. So.
I know that I heard him say that, and I thought he's right. I mean, the school system, I guess you could call it the fool system.
Yep. The public fool system, or the public indoctrination centers. That's what I call them.
Yeah, brainwashing Jews.
Yeah. They just told my son today at school, I want to homeschool him, but it's another story altogether, but they told him at school today that the earth is now spinning faster.
What?
Yeah, they told him in school the earth it's just spinning faster now. That's why the days
How
go
do
by.
they even know it's spinning?
Yeah.
I mean, I may even come around to the flat earth thing. I thought, look, whatever the Bible says is true.
Yeah.
You were wrong about once saved, always saved.
Yep.
So you could be wrong. Maybe the earth is flat. You can trust the Bible. You can't trust NASA.
Exactly. I wouldn't trust NASA, I was going to say as far as I could throw them, but I wouldn't trust them at all, to tell you the truth.
L.A. Marzulli talked about NASA, and he said it stands for never a straight answer.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So, but wow, I could pray with you guys before I jump off here. That's
Thank
cool.
you.
Yeah, be blessed.
Sweet. God, please help Dan and help his brother Jason with his new channel. And God, please be with Brian and help him with his eyesight issues and just touch and heal his back. And I wrote something in the live chat. I said, Brian, just keep hanging in there like a hair on a biscuit. So, and love you guys, and I'll talk to you later. God bless.
You too. God bless you, and thank you for the phone call.
Thank you.
God bless you
Thank
too.
you. Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
He said he loves you like hair on a biscuit.
Yeah, it's a blessing. Thank you for calling in.
We gotta get those T-shirts made, the mugs, hair on a biscuit, with Brian Reece.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I think, pray.
In stores now, Hairy Biscuits.
And get Brian's album, you get a free hairy biscuit.
Yeah. What, from, Cracker Barrel?
Yeah.
That's the only thing I can think of is Cracker Barrel has good biscuits, man.
Yeah. We used to go there a lot.
Welcome to Spiritual Warfare Friday. When we get into the 3-hour mark, we start talking about
hair on a biscuit. Yeah.
hair on a biscuit.
Well, guys, if you want to follow Brian's channel, man, and Jason's, the links are in the description right at the bottom. And our guest coming on next week, which is Trey Harris. He's the host of Course Correction Radio. All three of their links for their YouTube channels are right at the bottom. So go subscribe if you can now and actually get another call. So 501, you're on air. What's your name?
Hey, my name's Andrew.
Hey, what's up? What is it, Angie?
Andrew.
Andrew, I'm sorry.
Oh, you're fine.
How's it
How
going,
are you guys
man?
doing tonight?
Oh, pretty good.
Nice. I was really intrigued by the topic tonight.
Thank you.
I've done a lot of research on my own. I I just wanted to bring up a couple really interesting points. One of them being like old newspaper clippings in libraries. People are finding historical, newspaper events from scanning these old library records, and they're finding more and more examples of old bones that were discovered that were tested at the time, and this was suppressed through the Smithsonian suppression. And, I'm just aligning with the theory that the Smithsonian isn't allowing this information to get out. But you're getting this kind of stack up of information that doesn't seem to have been quite scrubbed out of the records, and seeing it becoming more of a mainstream topic now. And we all know, I think you guys, I'm sure you covered it in the video. I haven't actually watched the whole live stream tonight, but the aspect of the Bible, Genesis 6, and something in the core of the Bible, a lot of people may not get the depth of this, but I believe that, with the flood and with what God has done to earth, he's mainly been focusing on protecting the original human genes here on the planet. And you can kind of see when we turn to the ways of the earth, when we join in with this modernization, increased quality of life, and we really get absorbed by it, you're starting to see the world's developing that anti-Christ mind, starting to portray those characteristics. So I just find it interesting, considering how being raised in the church through the 90s, I never heard a single peep about the Nephilim or the giants, and my older age, kind of researching the Dead Sea Scrolls and seeing it's not just skepticism, it's a faith-based belief in the canon, versus now we have some other books that are showing up. We're not going to, put any faith in those. But if you look into the Dead Sea Scrolls, you look into some of these texts that reference, there are links that directly correlate with the Bible. The story of David's fight with Goliath, why Goliath was so weak, because God had changed the conditions of the planet to allow him to win that battle. And I have my own skepticisms with the validity of the Dead Sea Scrolls, because I think the intelligence of people back in that time is drastically underestimated. So you could have had a plagiarist type author who emulated that, but I think it's spiritual to me in nature, how those books were preserved through the time. The atmospheric conditions created by the Dead Sea, evaporating salt into the air, and allowing those scrolls to be preserved. And there's a copy of the Book of Esther that is 99, I think it's like very close to 100% accurate to the copies of the Book of Esther we have now. So it gave validity to the Bible. As a Christian, you could kind of flex that. Well, we just found another book confirming Esther's 100% accurate. And you have these other books. It's like a link, and some verses in the Bible where it says, we'll be given, knowledge is going to expand drastically. I'm screwing those words up, but I start to consider maybe we are meant to get these texts at the time that we've been given them. But anyway, I'll let you guys talk. I've been talking.
That's what I believe about the Book of Enoch. The Book of Enoch was, it's meant to be revealed at a certain time, because it's a book of, as it explains more details about creation, and it gives great details about the end times when Jesus returns and everything. So I think there's certain books are unveiled for certain purposes at certain times, and I could say that with the Book of Enoch. But the other books, though, the Dead Sea Scrolls, I really haven't had time to really dive into them, But I got mixed feelings about them myself. So, but the thing is, we have the scripture to go to, and all the history proves, history and prophecy both prove the Bible to be true. Then when you look at these other books, like the extra books and all that stuff, the ancient books of Joshua, Jubilees, Enoch, and all that correlate exactly what the Bible says. It's like, wow, it's fascinating.
Yeah, that's a really great insight, and I think I've, just with the culture around me and the people that I have to engage with around this, I'm getting more of feedback that, that's not canon, be careful, right? When I look deeper into culture right now, and I'm seeing viral ideology like the law of one, which is an obvious reversal of the truth that's in the gospel. It's, it's clearly been hijacked. I wonder, why would I not use the discernment of the words I know are reliable that gives me this platform, use that discernment to see if these books are real. And having read them, it's only increased my faith. And, I still hold them with a grain of salt. But I mean, in these end times, it's getting almost more and more apparent how valid it is.
Absolutely.
With some of the crazy discoveries being made right now, like these ancient megaliths, they clearly were made. I mean, not just with an incredible ability of masonry, but some sort of unique technology that. And I don't really buy into the alien label on it. I believe most of this technology our government is finally admitting to is fallen angel tech, and they've purposefully manipulated themselves, gotten into our intelligence agencies, and we're seeing the mindset that would come from a demonic possession of our intelligence communities. It's, I don't know how to explain that very well, but
yeah, that's what we believe too, because we know what the Bible says, these so-called aliens are fallen angels and Nephilim, so they're unclean spirits. So yeah, I exactly agree 100%, and that's where the technology is. It's ancient technology that's handed down to us, and it's nothing compared to what they have. I tell people too, like the phones we have, right, the touch screen and all that. That's not out of somebody's imagination. This is technology that was from them. They're the ones who gave us this technology, and it's old to them, new to us, of course. But this is nothing but ancient technology.
Yeah, I think that is on the money. And you consider the impact that Lucifer can have in the context we're told that will happen in the end of the days. The Antichrist is going to know more about us than we know about ourselves. And I believe that. And a lot of people have said this. I'm definitely not the first person to ever bring this up, but that vast amount of information derived from machine learning and the systems we're already seeing in the world, that's going to allow the Antichrist to understand the population at a level to, there's people right now from the in the globalist movement that say that we're hackable creatures. You connect those dots and you start to see a world where a leader with access to all these resources really could hack the majority of the population, really could convince them with, make them choose without really forcing them. It's it would be an unconscious passive choice to pursue what they already enjoy.
Well, it's funny you said
it's really creepy to imagine.
Information and all that, right? How he's got all this information, because a lot of people don't understand that Satan doesn't have magical powers and all that stuff. So we utilize in technology. So like we heard about these, the Chinese weather balloons going on, right? So, and I tell people, it's horrible that they're over there spying on us. But however, our government spies on us. They pose more of a threat to our securities and our personal privacy than China does, because they got fusion centers. When you talk about technology, this reminds me of the fusion centers we got in every state. They have detailed files on every single person that lives in that state, and they have all the details. They know when you went to Stop and Shop or one of the supermarkets, how many ounces of potato salad you bought and everything else, and all your social media things and everything. So they build up this whole database on every person, every citizen in the world, and of course Satan's got to have that and access to his head to be able to have all this information on people. Plus also the spiritual part too, where there's demons, like they're around all the time. So they've been around for thousands of years. That's why they can masquerade as your grandmother or something, and the familiar spirits. So they have all detailed information on everybody. So that's why in the end times they're going to know everything about you. So the AI, artificial intelligence, plays a role into that. Social media platforms designed not to keep us connected, but to keep us monitored. That's what they were designed for, and they're funded by groups like the NSA and everything else.
Absolutely.
Yep. And man, I deep dive. I've been a big fan of Elon Musk and his middle ground. The big move on taking Twitter and exposing the corruption in that system. But I keep researching. I keep going deeper and deeper, and I stumbled into some information about Elon Musk's past that I think is really important for everybody to maybe process a little bit. I mean, it's already, most people who, it's gone pretty viral in other groups, and I think people may have heard of this before, but, Elon's past, I mean, he's part of these upper echelon families. He was raised by one, and the culture that he was around and the way he was raised, I just say everybody should go and research that. Everybody should go look up his life experience as a child and consider what that would mean for his ability to manipulate and play a certain role in these end times.
Yeah.
And I'm not I'm not anti-Elon Musk now. I still keeping my eye out, but I think, if I'm going off what the Bible says, it doesn't tell me to decide. It tells me to, walk, and God will guide my steps. And as I keep walking and exploring these paths, I seem to be being shown this perspective, and it definitely gives me some red flags. But I don't know. So
same here.
It'll be interesting to see. Yeah.
So yeah, that's why we figure. We do the shows on with Elon Musk. It's like we gotta just keep a watch on this guy, and you don't trust him, but also on the other hand, hopefully he is revealing some good information, and hopefully he is coming to the right side. So it's a toss up. But either way, like you said earlier, we got to put our full trust in the Bible. That's what we need to do.
Absolutely.
Yep. And
Andrew,
I think he's going to pull the carpet out from under any of this evil that's strategizing to put in these systems in a way we can't calculate. And another really joyful thing to imagine is, we've all heard the legend of Donald Trump and how he was debriefed on, these deep underground private sector trafficking rings, blah, blah, I'm keep the keywords safe for your channel, but all the deep dark stuff that has been theorized about, what if Elon is the highest paid military contractor? What if he's the private sector white hat making these moves? And that's kind of a view I really have a lot of hope for. So I'm praying for him, because I think when a guy like Elon Musk tries to challenge the world, he gets that much power. Even if there is a system that's been trying to control him, he's going to be, if he has a heart of truth, I think that's where God will come in. That's where you could have an abrupt change, no matter how corrupt the past is. Oh my gosh, there's I've got a creator. He loves me that much. My processor is, one big thing through my experience was, I used to be pretty anti-Christ mind and pro-technology, and always having something to bring up at Christmas to debate about how Christianity could not be true. My experience was, it was literally like I asked God, hey, if you're real, give me a mind of discernment. Give me the view that I can't see. And I go to sleep, wake up the next day, and it's a different world. I don't know how to explain it, but the ability to just let time come in and show you events in a bigger picture of things, it literally raises one's consciousness when you begin to walk with the Holy Spirit and you ask him to come in and take the reins. So I'm interested to see if, at the same time, we're going to see some really epic examples of God's power in these people's lives.
Yeah, I hope so, man. That'd be awesome. Well, yeah.
Well,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Good. I was going to say, I'll let you move on to another caller if you guys need to.
Well, thank you for the call. That's a great call, man. Thank you.
Yeah, Andrew. God bless you, my friend, and I appreciate your love for the word, man. Keep searching out and follow the words of Jesus, man. Hang on to that garment, man. I appreciate your call. It's a really good call. I'm picking up what you're laying down, my friend. So keep doing what you're doing.
I appreciate it. I was a little bit kind of scared to call in. I've never really called in a radio show before, but it does get me excited to see everyone starting to talk and really come together as a Christian community and say, we've got some questions. So I love you all. Y'all have a good night.
You too, brother. And great job, man. For a first-time caller, it's awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. Be blessed, Andrew.
You take care, Andrew.
Thank y'all.
God bless. So yeah, guys, we're probably getting the phone calls tonight because we're going on 4 hours, and me and Brian, it's a little bit cooked. Especially Brian, he's been up all day and round the clock working. So yeah, man, I enjoyed the show. It's been great.
It was epic, Dan, for sure.
And every week we put these shows together. It's like really all to the wall, and it takes us weeks because Brian runs his show and he helps with David Carrico with FOJCRadio. I run another show too, and we'll try to work together on the Wednesdays for now. It's called Breaking NWO. It's a brand new show we launched. And if I get this Rumble straightened out, whatever the case, and the people that were supposed to broadcast on Rumble tonight, I had to take it down because it kept redlining. So we're going to upload the show on Rumble. So if you're watching it on Rumble later, we apologize. But we're going to get that worked out. But the Wednesday shows we're going to be doing on Rumble Live. So basically, it's just going to be all out, just attacking the New World Order. That's why it's called Breaking NWO, because we're breaking the New World Order. So it's inspired from that show Breaking Babylon from John Pounders. So it's nystv.org. So check that out next Wednesday. And we're going to get a Monday show going together too. So not this week, but probably the following week we're going to get a Monday show going. So talk about like new stuff and everything else. And on Wednesday it's news too, about prophecy and also all kinds of spiritual warfare stuff. Then of course the Spiritual Warfare Friday is here. We're gonna, we just dropped the Spiritual Warfare Wednesday. We made that Breaking NWO show, so just keep people up to date. And if you're new listening to the show, guys, thank you for tuning in, and please keep tuning in. And every Friday, guys. And by the way, guys, we got a backup YouTube channel. If you gotta take a minute in the description, subscribe to that because we learned a lesson the hard way. We had a YouTube channel. We had about 20,000 subscribers, growing fast, and YouTube decides they want to play, you can't say this or that. So they go to videos 10 years old that was there for 10 years, hit me with a strike. I can see taking it down, right? Take it down, it's fine. But they hit me with a strike, so I got 3 strikes and they canceled my whole channel. So that's why I'm not doing no more news on this channel here. We did a nightly news show because what got us in the hot water because they're talking about things they don't want us to talk about. So we're going to be doing that on Rumble. So to save the confusion, guys, just go to truthradioshow.com. And every day I'll post a link of where we're going to be broadcasting from. So if is he going to be on Rumble? Is he going to be on YouTube with this channel, that channel? Just go to truthradioshow.com. We'll have the link right there. All you do is click on it. That's it. Or if you follow me on beforeitsnews.com, we got that up there as well. So other than that, guys, we've got a PayPal, Venmo, and the Cash App, and also that coffee link in the chat room if you want to help support our operation and ministries. And the links are in the description as well. So please support nystv.org. They got their channels, of course, on YouTube and Rumble, and that's all free content, but they do get a paid subscription. They got their own servers, and if it's $8 a month, but if you want a free month on me, it's 100% free. You don't even have to enter a credit card. If you go to nystv.org, the links are in the description as well in the instructions. So type in promo code Dan the Man. That's one word, lowercase, Dan the Man, as promo code, and you get 1 month. That's 30 days free. Thousands of videos, thousands and thousands of videos on demand for free, documentaries and everything else. So go check them out, give it a shot, and you got nothing to lose because it's awesome stuff. It really is. So other than that, I'm done for tonight, guys. And Brian, any closing words?
Just tune in for Rumble on Sunday at FOJC Sunday Night Live. The Snake Cult of the Hollow Earth. I'll be hosting it, and I'll have my buddy Brett Graham be hosting also. So yeah, just keep that in the back of your all's mind for Sunday night. I appreciate everybody being so nice and kind in the chat and all the good callers, and we appreciate everybody that donated. God bless you all so much. And thank you all for subscribing to the channel, subscribing to Visual Disturbance channel, and all the newcomers. Oh man, what a blessing. Thank you all for being here, and tune back in, hopefully and then go check out last Friday's broadcast. Did a time traveling Spiritual Warfare Friday, but yeah, bless you all.
And you want to lead us out in prayer quick?
Yeah. Do you want me to lead it, or do you
care
to lead it? I'll do it. I'll do it. Dear Father in heaven, thank you for everybody in this broadcast. Thank you for Brother Dan. Thank you for his brother Jason. Bless us all, Lord. Keep us healthy. And thank you, Lord, for all that you do for me. And just thank you for allowing us, me and Dan, to do this broadcast, and just the time together in the fellowship, and everybody in the chat, all the callers, all the people that's in need. There's a lady that was in the chat, and I forgot to mention this way up, and she's probably asleep by now. I think her name is Cookie Lady. Be with her home. She had an issue. I think there was a fire, and be with her and her family. Put put a protective hedge over her, and I pray, Lord, that all the smoke damage and everything, that you'll just intervene and help them out with that. And just bless us all, Lord. And I pray, Lord, for a good Sabbath and just a good weekend and a good following week coming up. And just protect us, Lord, from all evil wickedness, because there's a lot of it. And just bless us, Lord. In Christ Jesus I ask. Amen.
Amen. Awesome stuff. And yeah, check Jason out too. So Jason, thank you for joining us too.
No problem.
All right, guys. So that being said, let's just everybody have a great Sabbath. Shut the TVs off, the computers. Don't turn nothing on until 11 p.m. tonight. It's coming up Saturday here for the Midnight Ride. And so check them out. The links are in the description as well. So God bless, shalom, and you are the resistance.